Good afternoon, members of Synod, and welcome back. And we begin our afternoon proceedings with worship, which is led for us by Canon Graham Buttery.
Brothers and sisters, let us offer ourselves and our business this day to God. O God, make speed to save us.
O Lord, make haste to help us.
My heart tells of your word. Seek my face.
Your face, Lord, will I seek.
We praise you, O God.
We acclaim you as the Lord. All creation worships you, the Father everlasting. To you, all angels, all the powers of heaven, the cherubim and seraphim sing in endless praise. Holy, holy, holy Lord, God of power and might. Heaven and earth are full of your glory.
The heavens are telling the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims his handiwork.
One day pours out its song to another, and one night unfolds knowledge to another.
They have neither speech nor language, and their voices are not heard.
Yet their sound has gone out into all lands, and their words to the ends of the world.
In them has he set a tabernacle for the sun, that comes forth as a bridegroom out of his chamber, and rejoices as a champion to run his course.
It goes forth from the end of the heavens and runs to the very end again, and there is nothing hidden from its heat. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and shall be forever. Amen. In the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth was a formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day.
Jesus said, "I am the living bread that came down from heaven.
Whoever eats of this bread will live forever."
Let us pray. Christ be with me, Christ within me, Christ behind me, Christ before me, Christ beside me, Christ to win me, Christ to comfort and restore me, Christ beneath me, Christ above me, Christ in quiet, Christ in danger, Christ in hearts of all that love me, Christ in mouth of friend and stranger.
Amen.
Risen Christ, by the lakeside you renewed your call to your disciples. Help your church to obey your command and draw the nations to the fire of your love, to the glory of God the Father.
Amen.
And as our Saviour taught us, so we pray.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen.
May God, who made both heaven and earth, bless us.
Amen.
Thank you very much. And Synod, I hope you've had a good Sunday so far. We come now to item 501, which is the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2021. And members will need GS 2217 and the accompanying explanatory notes GS 2217X. In a moment, I will call Clive Scowen on behalf of the Business Committee to move item 501A, which is the preliminary motion that the resolution be considered. This will provide an opportunity to make general comments about the resolution or to raise specific points which do not relate to the amendment on the order paper. If the preliminary motion is carried, we will then move on to the amendment, and members who wish to comment on the amendment, please should not do so in the preliminary motion, but should reserve their comments for the debate on the amendment. Once the amendment has been dealt with, Mr. Scowen will then move the approval motion at item 501B, and in order for that to be carried, there must be a majority in each house of not less than 2/3 of those present and voting. So I now call upon Clive Scowen to move item 501A, that the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution be considered, and Clive, you may speak for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. As members will have a problem with my sound. Yeah.
Clive, we'll start your time again as soon as this is sorted out.
The 2019 group of sessions, during the debate on final approval of the draft Church Representation and Ministers measure, the then chair of the Business Committee, Canon Sue Boys, announced that she had invited the Elections Review Group to undertake a consultation on Rule M8, paragraph 5 of the new Church Representation Rules, which introduced a limit of 2 consecutive 3-year terms for parochial representatives of the laity on Deanery Synod from the beginning of 2020. Many members felt able to give final approval to the measure because of the assurance that Rule M8 would be reconsidered. The Elections Review Group consulted on a range of 7 options with the members of General Synod, diocesan secretaries, diocesan and deanery lay chairs, rural deans, PCC secretaries, and the National Deaneries Network. 928 responses were received, probably the largest response ever received to a national consultation undertaken by the Church of England. Analysis of the consultation showed that over 600 of the 928 favoured a change to Rule M8.5. The option with the most support was to reverse the default so that there would be no term limit unless the APCM voted to impose a 2-year limit. But a significant number of other respondents preferred that the APCM should have a discretion as to how long any term limit it decided to impose should be in that parish's case. Putting those 2 options together satisfied the wishes of a clear majority of the respondents. Although the personal views of the members of the Elections Review Group were quite diverse on this point, all agreed that we should do our best to honour what has been said to us in such an impressive set of responses. So in February 2020, the last time we met properly in person, we asked Synod to approve in principle the proposal that Rule M8.5 to 7, in fact, should be amended to remove the default time limit and instead to give the APCM the power both to impose a term limit in that parish if it saw fit, and also to specify what the term limit should be if it resolved to impose one. with the freedom to take into account service prior to the rule coming into effect. So, whereas no one would be affected by Rule M8 until 2026, APCMs should they so wish, could agree a limit which would disqualify a member from serving a further term from 2023. On a vote by Houses, Synod approved that proposal, with the House of Laity voting in favour by 128 votes to 16, and majorities of over 2/3 in the other houses. We had hoped to bring a Church Representation Rules Amendment resolution to give effect to that decision to the July group of sessions last year. But of course, COVID intervened, and only now has it been possible to find time for this business. So, in the spirit of the new Church Representation rules, the resolution before us this afternoon would remove the top-down restriction in the current Rule M8 and replace it with a flexible freedom to be decided on at local level to impose whatever term limit meets the needs of that parish. This is done by paragraph 2 of the resolution, which replaces paragraphs 5 to 7 of Rule M8 with these new paragraphs. 5, the annual meeting may by resolution decide that a person who serves as a parochial representative of the laity on the Deanery Synod for the whole or any part of each of a specified number of successive terms of office may not be nominated for election under Rule M6 1A to serve as such for the whole or any part of the term of office immediately following the last of those terms. 6, a resolution under paragraph 5 may not apply to a term of office which began before the 1st of January 2020 or which the person's concerned is serving as a result of having been elected to fulfill a casual vacancy. And a resolution under paragraph 5 may be amended or revoked by a subsequent annual meeting or special parochial church meeting. For completeness, I should mention that paragraph 3 of the resolution, which is not concerned with deanery term limits, has taken the opportunity to correct a drafting error in Form M1 by amending the form of notice of the APCM so as to include a space for the time at which the meeting is to be held. I'm sure members will agree that that is a sensible and uncontroversial change. Members will have noticed on the order paper an amendment to be moved by the Chair of the House of Laity. It concerns a completely different matter, which he will explain when he's called to move it. Having consulted with the Chair of the Business Committee, I intend to accept that amendment, which seems to us to be both sensible and urgent. So on behalf of the Business Committee, I move that the draft Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2021 be considered.
Clive, thank you very much indeed. Item 501A is now open for debate. The speech limit is initially 5 minutes. I call Catherine Tucker, followed by Tony Allwood.
Thank you, Chair. Catherine Tucker, 249 Bath and Wells. I think I've put my hand up for the wrong thing. I wanted to talk about the actual amendment. Is that all right?
But by all means, we can return
I'm so sorry. I do apologise.
Tony Allwood, followed by Rebecca Chapman.
Tony Allwood, 397 St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in support of this motion from the viewpoint of the lay chair of a deanery synod. Our synod normally meets 3 times each year, and as a former deanery lay chair, now diocesan lay chair, I know that after 9 meetings of the triennium, I wouldn't have had the experience or built up the network of friendships to give me the confidence to offer myself as a potential lay chair. How much less likely would it have been if 3 of these 9 meetings were cancelled due to COVID? Generally, 1 3-year term just isn't enough to learn to do the job. and that's all you have under the current rules. However, passing this motion enables individual churches to set the appropriate term limits for their particular circumstances. This places responsibility at the local level and helps them to feel some small degree of ownership within the Church of England structure. Many deanery lay chairs across my diocese have voiced their concern about this matter, and they, with me, strongly encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Chapman. After Rebecca, I will reduce the speech limit to 3 minutes, and then the next speaker will be Peter Adams.
Rebecca Chapman, Southwark 414. Thank you for calling me, Chair. Synod, I speak to you having rushed home from a lively church service and the following attempt at a socially distanced church picnic in Kennington near the Oval in London. We are a good-sized congregation with over 100 church family members. We laugh, we love, we muddle on together. But what we are not as a church, nor even a PCC, is familiar with the rubric of either deanery, diocesan, nor general synod. And I say that despite being that person, yes, the one who has proffered synod-related explanations, proffered agenda points, and yes, even proffered synod-related PowerPoints to almost anyone willing to listen. Our hugely diverse UPA parish is able to elect 3 reps to deanery synod. And yet for a good portion of the decade that I've served on deanery synod, I've been the only person put forward. As Tony has just highlighted, time served does give one better experience to be able to do the job. While one benefit of this is I've been able to build up experience, knowledge, and support my deanery far better over the last decade, it does mean that currently our representation is myself and our 2 church wardens. My pleas that in this election year, deanery synods are especially important mean we have put forward 2 of our most overcommitted members to prevent the places remaining unfilled. Yes, I could encourage my APCM to pass the resolution so the 2-term limit doesn't apply to our parish as things stand. But Synod, I fear they hear more than enough of my attempts to communicate other aspects of both our work as a general synod, that of the wider deanery, and indeed the work of my diocese. I understand the importance of turnover, new ideas, and a diverse synod, but there is something to be said for experience and having actually filled the places too. And if by some miracle we reach the point of having a bun fight for deanery synod places, I shall truly celebrate, step back, and suggest that they then may wish to consider imposing local limits on term lengths for our representation. But until that joyful day comes, please let's allow deanery synod reps like myself, who've got on with the job for a number of years now, to continue to do so without requiring us to navigate further hurdles through term limits. I urge you to support this preliminary motion.
Thank you, Rebecca. We're now on a 3-minute speech limit. Peter Adams and then Tim Hind.
Peter Adams, 392 St Albans. Thank you for calling me, Chair. I very much welcome this amendment. Like Tony before us and Rebecca, I too am a lay chair for Luton Deanery in St Albans Diocese. And previously as Vice Chair, I've worked closely with our area dean, their deputy, and my vice chair to revitalise our deanery synod to provide an effective missionary presence, strengthening parish ministry in a town where many parishes struggle. I'm convinced the deanery is a vital level of activity in this time, and no less so than during the pandemic, as we now recover, reshape, and discover anew the call of God for us as his church. Deaneries in St Albans Diocese are encouraged to be a key part of the diocese's missional strategy. Our experience as well as is that we can be a good-sized group to work hard at honouring each other, working well across our traditions, traditional Catholic, liberal Catholic, evangelical and charismatic. For that to happen, I'm convinced we need good representation. Long-term enough for people to build good relationships, gain experience and step out in leadership, but always revitalised by new members. I suggest you this amendment will serve us in that and urge you to vote for it. However, let me just say, as Diocesan Lay Chair, which I am too, I know this is not everybody's experience of deanery. Some deaneries struggle to come together to find purpose or unity. If this would be a reason for you members of the Synod to vote down this amendment, can I encourage you to give the deanery a chance and talk to the National Deaneries Network, or indeed myself, about how to work to change that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. After Tim Hind, Mike Stallybrass.
Thank you, Chair. Tim Hind, 247 Bath and Wells. I've just stepped down from being the lay dean of my deanery, and I've noticed that for those who don't wear our collars the other way around, we need encouragement to be involved in church politics unless we get the bug, as Rebecca suggested earlier. I've been involved in one way or another for 45 years, and I was lucky enough to be elected as lay chair of Deanery Synod in 1984 for a period of about 7 years in total, after only serving one term. But that isn't the case for all. I was also nudged into standing for Diocesan Synod after only 1 year of Deanery Synod membership. As a result, I have been ex officio on Deanery Synod since 1982. This means technically I haven't been a parish representative elected to Deanery Synod purely for more than 1 year. Many, especially in rural communities, need a longer run up to fulfill their potential. And it is vital that General Synod isn't packed full of activist members with no good grounding in parochial or deanery life. And by the way, no, I'm not having a dig at the House of Bishops for once. To nurture quality candidates for serving our church, we need opportunity to be given to people to stand, serve and experience the joy of life in our church outside of the parochial boundaries. I've been privileged to serve as Vice Chair of both the Pensions Board and the House of Laity. I don't know whether being forced to retire from Deanery Synod in 1990, when my children were growing up and my work life was becoming more difficult, might have caused me to concentrate on other things. I'm glad I didn't have that disincentive. I bow out of Synod, grateful for all the opportunities given to me, and I ask you to vote for the motion and remove this restriction on terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. After Mike Stallybrass, Mary Talbot.
Thank you very much, Chair, for calling me to speak. Mike Stallybrass, 439 York. First, I want to say that I fully support this amendment. But actually, I'm speaking now because I wish to bring to the attention of Synod a concern over the way that this or other necessary amendments can be brought forward to Synod for proper consideration. There is another significant problem with the CRR, and I know that some members of Synod were actually expecting me to have tabled an amendment to this motion to address it. So I wish to explain why I am not doing so. But first, to talk about the problem. That problem is the lack of any provision for PCCs to have reserved business. It may seem an obscure point, but I have received strong encouragement to pursue it from a surprising variety of sources. Indeed, this is now the fourth time that I have formally raised this issue in Synod, as well as in other ways, and at no time have I been told that my concern is either misplaced or irrelevant. The first time was in July 2017 during the debate on the proposed CRRs. In the summing up of the debate, the chair of the review committee agreed that the points I had made were significant and promised that my request regarding reserved business would be considered before final drafting.
Mike, I'm not sure this speech is really relevant to the matter under debate. I think I'm going to have to bring you to a close, but thank you very much. After Mary Talbot, I'm going to reduce the speech limits to 2 minutes and call Stephen Linus.
Mary Talbot, 307 Mary Talbot, Diocesan Europe. Thank you for calling me. Speaking for the Diocesan Europe, what we call our archdeaconries or your deaneries, because of the geographic restraints, often only meet once a year. So this term limit really puts a restriction on the number of times that any individual will be able to stand. So I very much support the amendment.
Thank you, Mary. After Stephen Linus, Stephen Hoffmeyer.
Stephen Linus, Bath and Wells, number 60. I had not intended to speak, but as soon as Tim Hine did, I thought other things needed to be said. Tim and I have disagreed on this before. I just want to point out, as gently as I can, the inconsistency of the General Synod. I know we do it quite often, but we're certainly doing it on this. Yesterday, we all nodded and applauded at the discussion about church commissioners, trustees serving a restricted number of terms in order to bring in fresh blood, in order to improve diversity and make the church commissioners as good as they can be. And now here we are with a succession of speakers telling us it's really important that you take 5 years to learn the ropes, folks, before you can proceed any further. It's hugely inconsistent. As a priest, in a sense, it's not my business what the laity do. And I want to pay tribute to the Clive Scowen and his gang for having the patience to try and sort this out. I also admire the speaker who came on early, I'm sorry I didn't get her name, who talked about the rejuvenating effect of being involved in church affairs. But let us not pretend, please, Synod, that turkeys voting for Christmas is a great way to organise who belongs on particular committees. I'm with the church commissioners on this, and I don't say that very often, that you need a turnover and you need to encourage people who can come in and discourage people who've actually done their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. A reminder, we're on a 2-minute speech limit. Stephen Hoffmeyer, followed by John Wilson.
Many thanks for calling me to speak. Let me begin by declaring an interest. I'm a deanery lay chair. On the last point, I'll deal with that first on consistency. Of course, there is no restriction on clergy. And can I please ask that clergy listen to the laity on this? We need 2/3 majorities to get this through. You've heard consistently from the lay people what the will is of the laity. General Synod has done an admirable job in reforming and updating the church representation rules. Thank you, Synod. This afternoon, we come to address one final aspect of the process, and you've already been informed what the issue is and what is being done to address it. My reason for speaking is to thank the Business Committee, the Election Review Group, and General Synod on behalf of local deaneries for listening to the voices of those of us in parishes and allowing a consultation and review process, which has revealed that most who responded are in favour of the proposal before us. It puts the decision-making in the parishes. Please, may I ask you to support this motion. I was in contact yesterday with our Diocesan Synod lay chair, and he joins me in inviting you, please, with the necessary 2/3 majority in each house, to approve the resolution and bring the process of reform to a satisfactory conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. John Wilson, followed by Paul Ayres.
John Wilson. John Wilson, Lichfield, 340. Thank you for calling me, Chair. Have you got me on the screen? Because I can't see me.
We can see you and hear you.
Oh, good, good. Before I start, members should be aware that I'm a member of the National Deaneries Network. Chair, members of Synod, we've heard that the new church representation rules limited lay members to 2 terms, that's 6 years. The term limits do not apply to clergy or bishops, only to lay people. The amending resolution will allow APCMs the flexibility to impose term limits of variable lengths according to local circumstances. That's 2, 3 or 4 terms, etc. The default will be no limit at all. So brothers and sisters, we've already said that we want this change. And if you want an ice cream, you can hear him going by. So brothers and sisters, we've already said that we want this change. We come now to the final step, to the formal vote to approve the amending resolution. However, it needs to be passed in all 3 houses by a special 2/3 majority. So there's no space for complacency. Now is the time to step up and vote for this amending resolution to remove these term limits. If these term limits had applied to General Synod, imagine the impact. not only would there be an outcry about free and fair elections and representation, but take a look around the virtual chamber to just see how many members would not be here. Many of these members we have come to rely on and value their experience, expertise and knowledge, and General Synod would be poorer without them. So why then impose these restrictions on deaneries where more and more dioceses are coming to rely on deaneries as central to moving forward their mission and ministry? Much of the work of deaneries is undertaken by lay members. Experienced lay members are key to underpinning the deanery and the continuity in the working out of its mission and ministry. Chair, this is not just a lay issue. Approving the amendment is a positive step for all members of Synod to show their support for the whole people of God, and in particular those concerned with the flourishing of deaneries in the mission and ministry of the whole Church. I do hope that you will support and vote for this amending resolution and we can remove these term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. After Paul Ayres, members of Synod, I'm going to need to test your mind on the closure. Paul Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Ayres at Leeds 130. I just want us to hear and think about what Stephen Linus has said. I think in many places where you have long-standing members of church government bodies, it can be very hard for those who wish to come through as new blood to unseat them. People are very reluctant to do that. In some ways, it's easier to have a norm of term limits which a PCC or an annual meeting can amend, rather than to have a norm of unending term limits, which it requires a special resolution of the church meeting to change. I agree with what Stephen Linus said. If term limits are a good thing, then we ought to be cautious about getting rid of them. And of course, I speak as someone who's been on General Synod for far more decades than is good for anybody. But then again, so do many of us here, and so do many of the people who've been consulted. So I want us to hear what he said and consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of Synod. As time is going on, I need to test your mind on the closure on item 501A.
The voting period will be 60 seconds. The voting period starts now. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Thank you, Synod. That is carried. So I now invite Clive Scowen to reply to the debate. Clive, you may have up to 5 minutes. Perhaps you might not need all of that 5 minutes.
Chair, thank you to all those who spoke supportively of this proposal. And I don't think I need to say much in response to most of those, if they'll forgive me. Just to say to Tim Hines, snap. I too have been ex officio on my deanery and my PCC since 1982. And this rather brings out the point of this, that it's only parochial representatives of the laity who are caught by the time limit. Those of us who are members of other bodies, diocesan synod, general synod, and so on, serve ex officio with no limit of time at all. So it is very inconsistent, and what we will get as a result of this amendment going through is the power for the APCM to take action if it is necessary. And in those parishes where people are queuing up to serve on the Deanery Synod, it may well be necessary to pass a resolution to impose a term limit. And that's what this resolution provides for. But that is not the experience of most parishes. Most parishes find enormous difficulty filling their places. And a default time limit makes it that much more difficult. However, Paul Ayres and Stephen Linus both referred to the supposed merits of time limits. Well, not all of us were cheering yesterday for the term limits on the church commissioners, but there is a real difference. Church commissioners are trustees, and the current governance doctrine is that it's important for trustees to turn over regularly. Members of deanery synods are not trustees, they're representatives of the laity, and it's a very different role. But it's open to dioceses to provide for good practice. I'm aware that in Southwark Diocese there are documents which suggest that people should consider their position after some time. So there's a culture encouraging both lay chairs and parochial representatives to consider whether they should continue. But that's very different from telling them from on high that they must not continue. So I think what we are proposing is very much in the spirit of the new church representation rules, which is all about empowering local parishes to do what suits them and suits their local circumstances. And that is what this will achieve. Thank you, Stephen Hoffmeyer, for your thanks. And I'm sure my colleagues on the Elections Review Group and the Business Committee have heard that and appreciate that. Thank you to John Wilson for your efforts through the National Deaneries Network in getting change on this, without which I think the Elections Review Group would have not had much purchase on the situation. Finally, Mike Stalibras, I'm sorry you were not able to complete your point, which is an important one. The Business Committee has given some brief consideration to the importance of this, and they have authorised me to give an undertaking that we will, well, the Business Committee, whoever is on it, will take this matter forward. It will probably be referred to the New Elections Review Group, and we will, what we promise to do is either to bring a proposal to implement all or part of what you're asking for, or bring a paper to Synod explaining why that is not considered appropriate. But proper consideration will be given to this by the appropriate body, and certainly your views will be very valuable in bringing that about. And so whether or not any of us get returned to Synod in the autumn, this will be taken forward, and your views, whether still a member of the Synod or not, will be sought out for that. So I hope that helps to deal with the proper concern that you've raised. So, Chair, I ask the Synod to agree to consider this resolution.
Thank you very much, Clive. I now therefore put item 501A to the vote.
The voting period will be 60 seconds. The voting period begins now. The voting period ends in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted 261 in favour, 17 against, with 5 recorded abstentions. So item 501A is carried. We now come to the amendment at item 504, and I understand that we've heard Mr. Scowen indicate that he will be supporting this amendment. So I call on Dr. Jamie Harrison, the Chair of the House of Laity, to move item 504, and you may speak for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jamie Harrison, Durham 299, and also speaking as Chair of the House of Laity in this particular context, having had this matter drawn to our attention. I'm sure members of Synod will have read item 504 and also the explanatory statement. So in one sense, I don't think I have a huge amount to say. We're conscious of the significance of the whole COVID era and the suffering and difficulty of it. So in that context, my amendment is dealing particularly with elections to and qualifications for electors and for candidates in this case in the forthcoming autumn election to the House of Laity. Now, those of you who've been looking at the church representation rules will see at Rule 50 a number of requirements, qualifications for those seeking to be candidates, lay candidates in this election. And as noted in the wording of the amendment at para 2 of Rule 50, there is a requirement that such candidates will have been and taken Holy Communion on at least 3 occasions in the previous 12 months, with a note of the relevant day triggering this. Now, the relevant day for us is tomorrow, because that is the day of dissolution where we dissolve, not literally but metaphorically, I suppose, the 2015 to 2021 Synod. So really we'll be looking back the 12 months, if you like, from tomorrow backwards, in which we would expect normally under this rule and require prospective candidates to have taken Holy Communion on at least 3 occasions. Now, as you, as much as I know as a doctor, and you know as a whole range of people in the room, the last year has been pretty catastrophic, not least for those who sought to be in their churches, to be sharing in the Holy Communion, and so on. And therefore, there are a number of people who have had to shield quite correctly over the last 12 months. And it's them, in particular, those folk in particular who would wish to stand, who would be disqualified unless we can pass this amendment, and then, of course, go on to pass the full motion later in the Synod afternoon. So as I say, the effect of my amendment relates purely and completely to coronavirus, to COVID-19, to the Coronavirus Act 2020. It's not beyond that. In the future, we may decide that this is something we want to look at again. But today, this amendment is purely in relation to COVID shielding of those prospective candidates who would otherwise be disqualified. I'm sure members of Synod would want to support this. It would be good to hear something about that. And I'm very pleased. This is an urgent matter. If we get this through today, we need to get it to Parliament, I think, on Wednesday to get it through in time for the election. So let's hope we can do that. I hope we can. And so I move the amendment, Mr. Chairman, standing in my name at item 504.
Thank you very much. Call on Mr. Scowen to respond if he wishes to, and again, for not more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I shan't need that. It was interesting that within 5 minutes of my having read Dr. Harrison's amendment on the order paper, the phone rang, and it was one of the clergy from one of our larger churches in London asking me if anything was going to be done about this problem. So this is something that has exercised and is causing or would cause problems if it weren't addressed in the forthcoming election in some places. So again, on behalf of the Business Committee, we're very happy to accept this amendment.
Thank you very much, Clive. So as you've heard, the amendment has been accepted. I can see 1 or 2 people indicating they would like to speak. In view of the time, I'm going to go straight to a 3-minute speech limit and call Chris Pye, followed by Penny Allen.
I'm sorry, Chris Pye, Diocese of Liverpool, 347. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chairman. I should have lowered my blue flag. It was because I wanted to speak on the previous item rather than this particular one. in which I am fully in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Then Penny Allen and Liz Paver, please.
Thank you. I'm hoping for your help with this, please, because I am affected by this myself. Having chaired a parish council for 2 years and with 8 staff, some of whom had vulnerabilities, and having had our civic centre used as a testing centre, I have been in a bubble myself with the staff of the parish council. That has meant I've not been into church as a building. I've been isolating myself in this way, simply to help as much as I could in my own community and provide community support. This has meant I've only had communion twice myself, and my church has services of the word as well as communion services. So once a month we have Anglican communion, and I am now in some difficulty, having only had a service of the word today. So if this is not passed, I'm stuck. Please do stand again for a General Synod, and I would want to do that if I'm able. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Liz Paver, after which I reduce the speech limit to 2 minutes and call Sam Margrave. You're on mute at the moment, Karen Paver. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, I think we're there now. Sorry about that, Chair. I really want to wholeheartedly ask the Synod to support this. We've had many occasions during yesterday and Friday to consider people of disability, or in fact who have had to shield for many, many other reasons. And I think it's very important that we acknowledge that many people, and Penny has just put her finger right on it, for many churches not even being open, and therefore Eucharist not accessible. But I do think in this particular occasion, we need this change. We need it now. The Chair of the House of Laity has clearly said we're in a really tight time frame here. So please, can I ask all houses to support this fully? Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Margrave, followed by Philip French. A reminder, we're on 2-minute speeches.
Sam Margrave, Coventry 292. It's very quick, Chair. I support this. I raised this some time ago, and with both Jamie and William Nye, and they responded, as did the legal office. And I just want to extend my thanks to all of those who have worked so hard to bring something forward. I was affected by this myself. Thankfully, the Bishop of Ebbsfleet visited me in the week, so I've managed to achieve all 3 communions. However, many will be affected by this, and we are a church that wants to be more diverse. And I just want to thank all of those, and also be thankful that, thanks be to God, Penny hopefully will be standing again. And I hope that you will all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Philip French, followed by Debbie Buggs, at which point I will be seeking your consent for the closure.
Thank you, Chair. Philip French, 388 Rochester. I would myself be affected by this if we were not to pass the amendment, having both been on the clinically extremely vulnerable list and also worshipping in a parish where, for a variety of reasons, we've had limited opportunities to make our communion. That's not why I'm making the speech. I'm myself intending to stand down. I'm really concerned about the risk of democratic deficit in these elections. The Church of England is tired, and its representative democracy is tired by 15 months of COVID. To give you an anecdote, we have recently had elections to diocesan synod in the Diocese of Rochester. I am the only person, lay or ordained, from my deanery synod to be elected to the diocesan synod. In these circumstances, we absolutely need to resist putting any impediment in the way of people who might wish to stand for election to General Synod. I urge everyone to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Buggs.
Debbie Buggs, London 353. I support this amendment, but I think we should note that it's a shame that we will have so many people who are relying on this. I appreciate that the clinically vulnerable will be, but had our bishops been more on the front foot in the early stages of the pandemic and agreed that we could have communion with individual cups as a temporary measure, we may not have had so many people who are relying on this to stand for election. So I just wanted to register that point. Thanks.
Thank you. Members of Synod, I do now need to test your mind on the closure on item 504.
The voting period will be 60 seconds. The voting period begins now. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Synod there voted 273 in favour, 1 against and 2 recorded abstentions, so that is carried. I therefore invite Dr. Harrison to respond to the debate. You have up to 5 minutes if you need them.
Yes, Mr. Thank you very much, and for all the speakers. Obviously, Penny and Philip were both very moving in their experience of exclusion, if you like. I mean, in a sense, involuntary exclusion from the possibility of having Holy Communion. And I think that for all of us is a deep sadness. And I think Liz picked that up with her awareness of what shielding means. And as you all know, this pandemic is not over. It's going to run for quite a while, and we just have to keep hoping, praying, and been getting vaccinated and encourage others to be vaccinated too. Debbie also highlights the difficulty, the complexity of this in different traditions of the church, in different parts of the church, the way the government has brought in legislation or very severe guidance, and I'm delighted to thank at this moment Bishop Sarah for all her work in trying to guide us to this. None of us have been happy, and we've just had to do what we felt under God was right. So I'm very conscious that this is very timely, but also urgent. The only option, I'm afraid, is to use the Simon Margrave option, which is to find a bishop quickly to give you communion 3 times in the next 24 hours. I think this is probably impractical, but it's just worth considering. Sorry to be flippant. This is a very serious matter. I very much hope that we can support this amendment and support the whole motion, because this is part of that motion, and if we don't support the whole motion, this will go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So we come to put item 504 to the vote.
The voting period will be 60 seconds. The voting period begins now. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Synod, there voted 273 in favour, 11 against, and 7 recorded abstentions. So that is carried. I now call on Clive Scowen to move item 501B, that the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2021, as amended by item 504, be approved.
Thank you, Chair. As several members have already pointed out, in order to pass, the resolution requires a 2/3 majority in each House. Since the term limit in the current Rule M8 applies only to lay people, I ask the whole Synod to vote to give effect to the clear will of the laity, expressed in the consultation responses and the overwhelming vote in the House of Laity in February 2020. And I'd plead with any clerical or episcopal colleagues who might be tempted not to vote because this is a lay matter, to recognise that in order for the laity's will to prevail, they need your help. Without a 2/3 majority in each House, the clear wishes of the laity will be frustrated, as indeed will those who would otherwise benefit from the amendment that we've just passed. So I commend this resolution to you and ask you to approve it.
Thank you very much indeed, Clive. I see no one indicating that they wish to speak. And so I do now put item 501B to a counted vote. I see one person wishing to speak, Jeremy Sheehy. 2 minutes.
I shan't need that, Bishop. Jeremy Sheehy, 173 Manchester. I simply wanted to express a sadness that the only 2 clergy voices heard have both been against this amendment, and I encourage members of the House of Clergy to vote for it. There's an inappropriateness in any sense in horses voting for turkeys to keep Christmas, and I would have preferred to have heard more lay voices. But if there's only 2 clergy speaking one way, I want to speak the other. We need a balance of lay and clergy in deanery synods, and not to pass this will affect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I reduced the speech limit to 1 minute. David Lamming.
David Lamming, St Edmund Ipswich 399. Just very briefly, I raised a question earlier this year of the problem that has been addressed by Amendment 504, in particular in relation to the advice that was coming out from the centre about spiritual communion. And the indication was that spiritual communion would not qualify as communion for the purposes of CRR Rule 50. So the amendment, which has been proposed and now passed, is very timely, and I urge, therefore, all members of the Synod to vote for the amended resolution in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mr. Scowen, would you like to respond to the debate? And if so, please, as briefly as you can.
Yes, well, it won't take very long to say thank you to Jeremy Sheehy. I was myself thinking that it was a pity not to have heard from any clergy in favour of this, so I'm very grateful for your support, and I'm sure you do actually represent a huge number of clerical colleagues. And thank you, David, for your support for the amendment. So let us all move together to pass this resolution.
Clive, thank you. We do now come to a vote on item 501B, and I remind members that in order for this item to be carried, it must be passed with a majority in each house of not less than 2/3 of those present and voting.
The voting period will be 60 seconds. The voting period begins now. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Members of Synod, they're voted in the House of Bishops 25 in favour, 1 against and 1 recorded abstention. In the House of Clergy, 127 in favour, 4 against and 1 recorded abstention. And in the House of Laity, 143 in favour, 2 against and no recorded abstentions. The motion has therefore been carried with the necessary majorities in every house. The resolution will now be laid before both Houses of Parliament pursuant to the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. Thank you to everyone who's contributed to this item of business, and that closes this item. Thank you, Synod.
We now come to item 502, that the Ecclesiastical Offices Terms of Service Amendment Regulations 2021 be approved. Members will need amending regulations GS 2218 and the explanatory memorandum GS 2218X. Can I invite the Archdeacon of Canterbury to move item 502 She has up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Jo Kelly-Moore, Canterbury, 75. The work we do together today in this item is to make amendments to regulations that I believe are helpful and are also consequent on our unanimous support for the Cathedral's Measure 2021. The draft Ecclesiastical Officers Terms of Service Amendment Regulations 2021 will make the following amendments to the Ecclesiastical Officers Terms of Service Regulations 2009. First, in Part 2, implemented a number of recommendations in the Cathedral's Working Group Report 2018, which relate to residentiary canons. These are amendments made in principle by the new measure and reflect the executive and oversight relationships between residentiary canons, the dean and the bishop in the new measure. These changes must be done, however, in these regulations, which relate to terms of service and could not be done by the measure itself. Secondly, in Part 3, we enable stipendiary office holders in these regulations to enter into salary sacrifice arrangements. And thirdly, in Part 4, we amend the 2009 regulations to gender neutralise the references to bishops. First then, Part 2, relating to residentiary canons, of which I am one. As some of you may recall from Synod in July 2018, the CWG report recommended that a number of specific functions relating to residentiary canons who do not hold diocesan appointments should be transferred from the bishop to the dean. A group including bishops, deans, residentiary canons and cathedral administrators were consulted on how the recommendation proposals in the CWG report should be implemented, particularly in light of the governance changes in the structures of cathedrals made by the 2021 Cathedrals Measure. As a result of some careful thought, Regulation 2 provides that most of the changes will apply automatically only to qualifying residentiary canons, who are, first, commissioners' canons, whose stipends are paid by the church commissioners, and secondly, any other residentiary canon whose entire stipend and housing are paid or provided by the cathedral. However, given our diversity and to provide flexibility to individual cathedrals, Regulation 2 also provides the possibility of an opt-in, which chapters can agree on in an individual basis in relation to a specific residentiary canon. The functions transferred from the bishop to the dean for qualifying residentiary canons are set out in Regulations 4 to 7. These are, A, the provision of suitable training other than safeguarding training, which remains with the bishop, and the provision of time off work to undertake it. B, the granting of special leave of up to 3 months. The dean will need to inform the bishop when granting special leave for a residentiary canon, and the granting of any further period of special leave by the dean requires the bishop's prior written consent. C, the determination of a dispute about the time spent on public duties, other than those relating to the office of a residentiary canon, which will remain with the bishop, unless, of course, the dispute is with the dean. D, residentiary canons will need to provide a sick note to the dean, as well as the person nominated by the bishop. And E, where there are concerns about a residentiary canon's health, the dean, rather than the bishop, will be able to require a residentiary canon to have a medical examination. The diocesan bishop will also now need the dean's agreement before making a direction for a qualifying residentiary canon to continue in office beyond the age of 70. Regulation 3 inserts a new requirement for the Dean to carry out an annual review with each residentiary canon who is an executive member of the chapter in relation to the exercise of her or his cathedral duties. This is the only new provision which relates to all executive residentiary canons rather than to qualifying residentiary canons, as it supports section 12.7 of the Cathedrals Measure 2021, which requires cathedral clergy to be accountable to the chapter through the Dean. It's important to be clear that the annual review between the Dean and each executive residentiary canon relates to their executive cathedral duties and is entirely separate from the ministerial development reviews, MDRs, which bishops will continue to be responsible for residentiary canons as part of their general episcopal oversight of all licensed clergy. All these changes, I believe, are a helpful part of the flourishing of our cathedrals and those who minister there as part of the mission of our church. Part 3 of these draft regulations are about salary sacrifice and, in particular right now, electric vehicles. A salary sacrifice scheme is where an employee gives up the right to part of the cash remuneration due to them in return for a benefit in kind, such as additional pension. The draft amending regulations also make provision for clergy office holders to participate in salary sacrifice schemes by providing that the amount sacrificed counts as stipend for the purposes of Regulation 11 of the 2009 regulations. This is required because Regulation 11 provides that clergy office holders holding a full-time stipendiary post are entitled to receive an annual stipend which is not less than the National Minimum Stipend, NMS. As a result, such clergy are unable to participate in salary sacrifice schemes because the sacrifice involved will usually take them below this threshold of the NMS. Although a government ban on the sale of petrol and diesel cars is due from 2030, salary sacrifice schemes can at present make the leasing of electric vehicles much more affordable. It's understood that some dioceses have already set up such schemes for their employees, but full-time stipendiary clergy office holders cannot participate at present because of the legal entitlement to receive not less than the national minimum stipend. The National Environmental Working Group has agreed that reimbursable clergy travel should be included within the scope of the Church's net zero carbon emissions by 2030, and so wishes to encourage clergy actively to lease electric cars. But in order to make that affordable for clergy, a salary sacrifice scheme is needed. The proposed change to the 29 regulations will mean that the amount sacrificed counts as stipend for the purposes of Regulation 11. It's not restricted to electric car lease schemes, but is a general power, making it possible for salary sacrifice arrangements to be made in other circumstances as well that might be beneficial for clergy office holders in the future. And thirdly and lastly, and very briefly, in part 4, which I trust is welcomed and in need of no explanation, references to bishops are gender neutralised by these amending regulations. Chair, I move the approval of the Ecclesiastical Officers Terms of Service Amendment Regulations 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 502 is now open for debate. Those wishing to speak should indicate. I call Andy Salmon, followed by Julie Ziegel. You have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andy Salmon, 174, Manchester. I wanted to just briefly talk about part 3. the salary sacrifice, relaxation of rules, if you like, and warmly welcome this, but point out that in the current climate emergency, moving to electric vehicles is a good thing, but moving away from using motorised vehicles completely or where appropriate is even better. And so I wanted to put in a plea that we look again at the cycle to work scheme, which clergy at the moment are not allowed to apply for. And allowing clergy to purchase a bike, including electric bikes for slightly longer journeys, could make a big difference to a lot of clergy. At the moment, it's not the salary, the issues are not quite the same, because apparently the cycle to work scheme, the problem is that clergy are deemed to not travel to work because we work in our homes. And here I am working in my home. But it doesn't seem an impossibility that we could talk to those in charge of cycle to work scheme and find a way around this. There must be a way of doing it. So although I support this measure completely, I want to go a bit further. Let's get clergy cycling as well, please.
Thank you. After Julie Ziegel, I call Lisa Batty. Thank you.
Julie Ziegel, Oxford 377. It's quite interesting in the Church of England. I feel as though I'm forever learning. Although I was aware of salary sacrifice schemes and also aware that there was an NMS, I had never actually put the two together. When I was a parish treasurer, we had a non-clerical employee within our parish who used childcare vouchers. And I think this can be very, very useful to anyone with a young family, and also particularly including clergy. And I'm delighted that this will now be enabled. Having listened to what Andy Salmon just had to say, I also reflect that when I was parish treasurer, we did not reimburse bicycle expenses. And maybe this is something that needs looking at further. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Batty.
A sacrifice scheme not apply to part-time staff, 0.5 or other 0.5 of full-time salaries.
I'm afraid that we were a little bit behind in unmuting you, Lisa. Would you like to start again, please?
My apologies. Lisa Batty, 169 Manchester. It's just a question. Can the salary sacrifice scheme not apply to part-time stipendiary staff?
Thank you. Sorry about that, Lisa. I see no one else indicating that they wish to speak, so I invite the Archdeacon of Canterbury to respond to what she's heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Jo Kellymore, Canterbury 75. Really grateful for the support of Andy, Julie and Lisa all leaning into the salary sacrifice scheme. Andy, thank you for pointing out the current anomaly with the cycle to work scheme. And what I'm assured of is for those dioceses who like to work on this anomaly locally, because it doesn't cover what the cycle to work scheme doesn't cover at work, it's all about to and from work, that the commissioners would be very happy to work with dioceses if they wanted to develop schemes and work on this and work it up. So encouraging that as a member of the environmental working group here at the Cathedral and our diocesan one would want to lean in and work on that with you. And Lisa, to come back to your query, the way we would do that is we would need some further amending regulations to the 2009 regs, because it's currently benchmarked at a full-time stipend is the minimum is based on a full-time stipend. So that's a question and conversation we could continue, because part-timers already get less than the NSM. It doesn't apply here, but I think that's a conversation that we could really come back to, given the changing face of the church and how we're all working together. So thank you for raising that point. Perhaps business for the next quinquennium. I'd encourage members then, thank you for the comments made. This is largely work concurrent with our new cathedrals measure, but also has opened up something wider, which has been educational, I think, this afternoon, and encourages us all to think about the environments we're in. And I take Andy and Julie's encouragement to get on your bicycle, healthy and good for the planet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now put item 502 to the vote. This is a 60-second vote in place of a show of hands using the Lumi platform in the usual way.
The voting period is now open and will end in 60 seconds. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
On item 502, those in favour, 261. Those against, 11. Recorded abstentions, 4. The motion is carried. Uncharacteristically, Synod, we're running ahead of time, so enjoy your 20-minute screen break before this afternoon's business continues in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're feeling refreshed and ready for the next part of our afternoon together. So we come to item 23 on the agenda, which is a presentation by Bishop Tim, the Bishop at Lambeth, on the nature of ordained public ministry. I'd like to flag up at this stage that after the presentation, there will be an opportunity for questions as the Business Committee has determined this under Standing Order 107, Section 3. Bishop Tim has assured me that if we run out of time this afternoon, it will be possible for you to send your questions to him and Martin Seeley, the Bishop of St Edmundsbury and Ipswich. So without further ado, I invite Bishop Tim to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Tim Thornton, Bishop to the Armed Forces 44. I'm very grateful indeed for this time given by the Business Committee. And as Rachel has just said, I'm very keen to hear comments, questions or observations about what I'm presenting in the paper I wrote and in what I'm saying now. And as Rachel has said, just to underline, if there's not enough time, then please do feel free to send emails either to me or not that I've warned him, but to Bishop Martin, who is also involved in the conversations we're having. In essence, it's clear to me from the work I've done over the last 2 years that there is a need for a new clergy discipline measure, and the next item of business will introduce a proposal for a new clergy conduct measure. However, I want to make it clear that simply changing the CDM will not address so many of the issues I've heard clearly raised by very many people who've spoken over the last 2 years and more. Rather, I believe if we simply change the discipline measure, then we will not have addressed the underlying issues which do need addressing. Those issues are about the role and nature of ordained ministry and the way we relate one to another. I'm pleased to say that Martin Seeley, as chair of the Ministry Council, is already beginning to address these matters. Having listened to the very many sad, complex, and far from straightforward stories from many, many people, I am clear that whatever we do or don't do to the present CDM, that will in no way address the very serious issues which exist. I've been working on matters relating to the CDM for 2 years. And in fact, if I'm honest, it's a sad reality that for the 4 years I've done this role as Bishop at Lambeth, a great deal of my time has been spent on matters that on the surface are to do with discipline. In fact, I believe the real issue is a lack of clarity and definition, and that whilst we have a sense implicitly of how things are meant to work, we need to be much clearer and explicit. If there were a clear framework and shared explicit understanding around the ordained to support, encourage, affirm, develop, and yes, when appropriate, challenge, provide supervision, and ensure good practice, then we could engage with each other appropriately and well. So whilst the new discipline measure is essential, it is not sufficient. There is a need for a far wider piece of work, or perhaps several pieces of work, which address the issues around the role and nature of ordained ministry. Let me try and put it to you this way. It's an extraordinary privilege to serve as an ordained minister in the Church of God. For those who've recently attended ordinations over the last couple of weeks, you will have heard these words. In the name of our Lord, we bid you remember the greatness of the trust in which you are now to share, the ministry of Christ himself, who for our sake took the form of a servant. Remember always with thanksgiving that the people among whom you will minister are made in God's image and likeness. In serving them, you are serving Christ himself, before whom you will be called to accounts. You cannot bear the weight of this calling in your own strength, but only by the grace and power of God. Pray, therefore, that your heart may be daily enlarged and your understanding of the scriptures enlightened. Pray earnestly for the gift of the Holy Spirit. It is truly remarkable the gift that those of us who are ordained are given, and the gift that we give to other people. As many hundreds of newly ordained deacons and priests, shiny and sparkly, begin their ministerial life, they will encounter many good news stories. They will have much joy and a huge amount to bring to God in prayer and to share with others the good news that God is at work in so many ways. We can never forget the greatness of the trust in which we share. That means we need to keep on reminding one another that we can never do this on our own. And that not only means we need to keep focused on God, it also means we need to keep aware of our interdependence on one another. You cannot bear the weight of your calling in your own strength. Ministry is such good news. It is limitless, not limiting, and brings joy to the minister and to so many other people. Those who are ordained are signs of hope and signs, symbols, and walking sacraments of God at work in God's world. It's because of this that I share with you my reflections. There is so much good news in ministry and joy in being with and alongside people at some of the most special times in their lives, praying with them and opening the scriptures with them and offering the sacraments to, for, and with them. It is for this reason that I think we do need to look again at the role and nature of ordained ministry. We are in danger of losing the joy and the trust and the ministry of Christ himself and the sacramental reality of being with people for God. Why are we in danger? Because I believe we are not explicit in the way we support each other and understanding the frame of reference that is around us. There are ambiguities and many apparent gaps and misunderstandings in how we understand what we are about and whose responsibility it is either to support or challenge, and how we relate to each other and how we hold each other to account. I am clear that you can have a wonderful, all singing, all dancing, bells and whistles clergy discipline measure, or as I will suggest, a clergy conduct measure, and it will make no difference at all unless we go back to basics and renew and clarify our understanding of who we are and why we do what we do and how we work together. And I stress the together to build up the body of Christ. If you've not yet read the report produced by the Sheldon Hub, then I encourage you to do so. If you've not yet listened to the stories told by so many people about the way they feel they are treated and all that has happened to them in churches, yes, churches, you know, those places where we preach the word of God and pronounce the good news that God loves us all. And yes, churches in which, sadly, the dysfunctionality and the artificiality that pervades so much of our life together is often the experience of people, then I encourage you to listen more carefully. There is, of course, no one answer to all the issues and problems that are around us today. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that given we are all, well, almost all human beings, we will not, of course, be fallible, frail, sinful, and full of mistakes. Nor am I suggesting that we can somehow arrive at a magic solution. I am also well aware that in talking about the role and nature of ordained ministry, we are discussing some of the core elements of our life together. There are different views about ecclesiology and theology lived out daily in our church. It's one of the gifts of the Church of England that we hold together a range of views and expressions of how God reveals God and how we shape the church to be faithful ministers of word and sacraments. There are, though, some clear reasons why I think it's right to review, define, and make clear some of our practices and the frame of reference regarding ordained ministry and how it is supported and understood. That which many of us hold implicitly in our heads needs to be made more explicit. How do we support, and I mean properly support, those who give their lives sacrificially to the service of the church, who become the public representatives of the Church of England? How do we ensure there is a proper, well-considered and theologically coherent framework that provides a series of areas of support and development for those in ordained ministry? And why is it that this appears to be the norm in other walks of life, and yet not in the one that above all understands the need for accountability? How do you give account for the hope that is in you and understands the crucial need for interdependence? How ridiculous would it be for the Church of God, ladies and gentlemen, to be the body that appears to hold up for clergy as the dominant model, that of the hero leader, who can often appear to be unaccountable? That cannot be the model that we want our clergy to live out. Yet whatever the model, and there'll be different models implicit from our theological standpoint and our understanding of how organisations operate and humans behave, whatever the underlying model or models, even if we can make that or them clear, then having held them up, surely we need to ensure that there is the proper support, accountability, and understanding of responsibility. Surely it's necessary first to be assured our public representatives are fit to practice, and then provide that throughout their ministry they are given the necessary tools both to do the work and to be supported, and yes, of course, properly challenged and developed as they do their work, and to be clear about what is expected of them, what are the standards by which we are all expected to live and minister, the work of God, no less. And as is so often the way, so many other walks of life, occupations, and yes, I use the word professions, have so much to teach us. Other secular organisations understand the need to care for those who work for them and to help them develop in their work and to support them in the variety of ways needed to ensure they can work and their life can flourish in their work. And yes, so many secular organisations understand the need for accountability and responsibility and put in place structures that are not about blaming, neither are they about shaming, but rather the structures are about recognising the need to prepare people to do the work they are called to do and provide the variety of resources needed to support them. To ensure there is a series of measures in place to do the things that are necessary to assist, encourage, affirm, and develop those who are involved in their life, who work for them in their enterprise. We are called to be the body of Christ, which recognises our interdependence and recognises the need to support, affirm, and develop those who give their lives to the body of Christ and for the actual incarnation of it, which we know and love to be the Church of England. As I have said in the paper, we live in an age when litigation is all too easily perceived as an apparent answer to difficult conversations, when matters of safeguarding and data processing must be faced squarely, fully, and properly, and where to safeguard the public representatives of the Church, there is a need for more work to be done about how we minister and how we care for each other. As I have listened to so many people over the last 2 years, it is crystal clear to me that whilst many people focus their concerns on the CDM, and those letters themselves sound like nails being hammered in by many, the issues raised were to do with much broader issues. And I am clear that if we do change the CDM to some other measure without looking at the broader issues, and without committing to some other much more significant changes, we will not have achieved very much at all, and we will not have heard, let alone responded, to the voices that are loud and clear to me. The relationships between clergy and their bishop and clergy and laity are complicated, if not to say complex, living as we do in a society that is quick to litigation and slow on forgiveness, keen on individual rights, and almost silent on more and more tangled. We are not being fair to the people we ordain, and perhaps especially to those most recently ordained. We do not equip them with enough clarity as to what it means to be public representatives of the Church of England. We do not affirm them sufficiently in their role and ministry, and we don't put enough resources into developing them and encouraging them and supporting them in all they are called upon to do. Nor do we as bishops take a lead in living out mutual accountability as clearly as we should. I do believe we need a stronger, better, and clearer framework, and I think we need to be bold in talking about ministerial standards and realise the expectations that are placed on all of us. All of this will take time to make systemic changes, and that doesn't take into account the vital further work that needs to be done to complete a further review of how safeguarding and discipline matters work together, and the crucial area of how we support lay people and protect each other from the inappropriate behaviour of lay people to and by other lay people and clergy. I, however, make no excuses for concentrating in this paper on the ordained ministry. Of course, I realise there is vital work to be done to support lay people and the wonderful growing numbers of lay people who are taking a lead in various aspects of church life, local and wider than that. I know there is much crucial work to be done to support and understand how we hear the voices of those who tragically have been and are abused by the church, and we simply do not provide them with the support and accompaniment they need when they are able to speak out. I do think, as I say in the paper, that both those strands of our life together need more work. But for now, in this session, I want to concentrate on the ordained. All I have said, even if it is accepted by you and others, would take time to put into practice. But my final thought is that we can begin now, and we can begin here. Yes, here in this synod. Surely it is possible for us to consider how we treat each other, how we hold each other to account, how we think of each other, and how we behave towards each other. The word culture is often bandied about. I've done a lot of it myself. What I think it means is how we are to and for one another, and surely that is a key ingredient of being Christian. May we understand how our actions, behaviours, and words affect and impact others, and strive to become those God has called us to be, for none of us understands how great is the trust that has been given to us. It is none other than the ministry of Christ himself. Intriguingly, today is the feast day of St. Benedict. The rule of Benedict begins with the word listen. I believe we need to have the courage to listen carefully to each other. It is perhaps a fascinating paradox that those who choose to become monks and nuns live with many rules and regulations around them, and yet some would say they are the most liberated disciples of Christ. What is it that apparently prevents us in the Church of England from embracing a structure which will liberate and not constrain? Thank you. I look forward to your response and pray you will forgive any unhelpful comments I may have made. I am very clear there is much work to be done to support those, not least those we have recently ordained, and from whom shines out the good news that Christ is alive.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a point of order from John Wilson, so over to you for the point of order, please. Thank you.
John Wilson, Lichfield 340. I'm sorry, I apologise for interrupting this particular item. It was really a question, and I've asked it several times. Can we have a list of chairs, please? So I'm sorry to break up in this particular item, but if we could have a list of chairs, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
We've heard that comment, John. It's not technically a point of order, as you know. Anyway, it has been noted. Thank you. So let's move swiftly on then, because in the same way has already happened in this group of sessions, there is now the opportunity for members of Synod to ask questions. And like yesterday, a gentle reminder, please remember that this is an opportunity to ask questions rather than make a speech. And please aim to make them succinct. That will assist in helping to hear as many voices as possible in the time available to us. And so in order to facilitate that, we're going to time the questions. Thus, a guiding red light will come on after 2 minutes. I will take questions in batches of 3, and then Bishop Tim will respond accordingly. So thank you for that. The first question then, please, from Thomas Seville, followed by Rebecca Swire, and then Liz Goddard. Thank you.
Thomas Seville, 446, Religious Communities. Thank you very much indeed, Bishop. I think this is one of the as far as content is concerned, is one of the most exciting and important measures to affect clergy in this group of sessions. I welcome its broad train of travel very, very warmly indeed. And the Bishop has alerted us to the amount of work which this will entail and the amount of serious thought. My question relates to language. In paragraph 17, Bishop, you note, we can and should frame our life using our language and values. And then you go on to note that the language of secular bodies appears to be closer to our foundational thinking than our own. And not surprisingly, that is expressed in much of the way in which your proposal is expressed. And I recognize the need for that. How do we get to use basically the Christ speak to give account of the discipline, that is the conduct under God, of our clergy?
Thank you. Rebecca, please. Thank you. With your question.
Rebecca Swire, Chichester, 96. In a review, will consideration be given as to the significance of priests and bishops remaining deacons, which goes way beyond occasionally shifting a few chairs? Rather, in relation to the exercise of power and authority, what does it mean for them to remain servants of God, sharing in the ministry of Jesus Christ, the servant, in a servant church? And also in consideration of how clergy might be considered fit to practice, will you draw on the experience and wisdom of IME2 officers who are already working with their diocesan bishop to assess and sign off curates as to how far they've inhabited holy orders and whether they are fit to practice beyond the end of curacy? Thank you.
Thank you. And then in this last group, Liz, please. Thank you. With your question.
Thank you. Liz Goddard, 160, London. Thank you, Bishop Tim, for your helpful paper. I would particularly like at this point to ask a question relating to your conclusion D, in particular the issue around how matters that are identified as lay people misbehaving towards clergy are identified and processed. As you know, the Transformation Steering Group have been drawing attention to this area for some time, and it was one of the focus areas at our consultation day in November 2019. The anecdotal evidence we have collected suggests strongly that clergy women are more likely than clergy men to be subject to what you frame generally as misbehaviour and what we frame more specifically as harassment and bullying behaviour. For example, one diocese in their IME 4-7 asked their curates to keep a diary, and in one cohort, all the women reported incidents of harassment and bullying by both laity, particularly laity impact, and fellow clergy, whilst only one of the men reported such an incident. Would it be possible, therefore, for some research to be commissioned, not only into the context where this misbehaviour is occurring, but also into who is subject to it, noting gender and ethnicity, and also noting how dioceses have handled it or failed to do? And could the National Church commit to a wholesale review of the outdated dignity at work policy, including the provision of harassment advisors, which is good practice elsewhere in the workplace? Thank you.
Thanks very much. So back to you then, Bishop Tin, for your responses, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I hope colleagues will understand that I'll try and keep my comments as brief as possible because I'm aware a lot of people want to speak and I've had a chance to speak. So thank you for all those questions. In a funny kind of way, I think 1 and 2 in my mind were connected. Thomas, thank you very much indeed for your comments and for your question. It is clearly crucial that we have the confidence to use the language that we know is the language that we want to use. I'm minded of a story that my colleague, the Bishop of Ely, told us about when they were doing some work on getting a provider to do some leadership development. And the provider asked what it was they wanted, and the bishop said they wanted to focus on growth. And when he explained a bit more, the provider said, I think what you really are interested in is transformation, not growth. And that's just another example of the way in which often people beyond us appear to be using our language in a way that we should be using ourselves. So I think the way we do it, just to put it very simply, I suppose, is that we begin understanding what is our own language and we begin using it. I think, again, having referred to the rule of St. Benedict, I think there is much that could be done if we go back and look at some of our foundational documents. And that does link up with a very very good point that Rebecca made about deacons. We often say, don't we, that once a deacon, always a deacon. What does that mean? And particularly, what does that mean in terms of our behaviours and our language? Your very important point, Rebecca, about IME to people and how we do link up with those things, for me, leads on to what I've said in the paper, is about honesty and about actually doing what we think we know to be the right thing, rather than avoiding difficult conversations. But yes, exactly, working with the people involved at the coal face. Liz, thank you very much indeed. I can't promise on behalf of the National Church all that you are wanting me perhaps to promise, but I think certainly the Dignity at Work proposal or policies is a particular specific of the kind of thing I had in mind, where I think if we have that overarching framework, we could then see how the various matters put our work together. And I certainly think there is a room for much more research, as you're suggesting, in looking into why people get harassed and bullied, and getting that data together is a very important piece of the jigsaw.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone at this point, because that lots of hands have gone up, and it would be good, as I've said already, to hear as many different voices as possible. So please keep your questions succinct. Okay, so with that in mind, let's hear from Mike Booker, followed by Bishop Martin Snow, the Bishop of Leicester, and then Paul Ayres in this group, please. Mike, first to you. Thank you.
Mike Booker, Ely 109. My experience of several years working in theological education seems to me to give clear evidence of competence often when people have started out in ministry, but the challenge comes at a later stage. Often that challenge is there well before the language of complaint or discipline are appropriate. It's more subtle than that, and that's why I'd like to ask, is there a specific reason for the use of quote marks around the word supervision in GS Miss 1285? Does it imply a hesitancy about moving towards universal, trained and insured professional supervision for clergy, as is found in other caring professions?
Thank you. And now to Bishop Martin, please. Thank you.
Martin Snow, Leicester 23. I want to say thank you for this paper, Tim. Really helpful to have this wider discussion. I certainly agree with the premise that we won't be able to reform the CDM measure without having this particular discussion. My question, however, relates primarily to lay ministry. I'm grateful for the mention of lay ministry within this paper, but as I co-chair the lay ministry advisory group with Dr. Paula Gooder, an arrangement which very deliberately is set up to model partnership working between clergy and lay. I wonder if Bishop Tim would agree that actually we need to make sure that work around lay ministry needs to be done at the same time as work around ordained ministry. This is not a zero-sum game, as in when we emphasize one form of ministry, we're heard to be denigrating another form of ministry. Rather, any review of ministry in this sort of way needs to be holistic. So we need to start from the point of view of the ministry of the whole people of God, from which the specific ministry of the ordained is derived.
And then to Paul Ayres in this group, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Ayres, Leeds 130. I want to agree very much with Liz Goddard and with the Bishop who's just spoken about looking at the whole people of God. I wonder if you would agree that the issue of bullying or just general bad behaviour by laity against clergy and against each other really needs more addressing. I think I first spoke about this when Dignity at Work came out in, I think, 2008. I wonder if you agree that whereas the laity have the full ton of bricks to bring down on the heads of clergy that they want to complain about, clergy have no such recourse when they're badly treated by laity, and nor do laity when they're badly treated by each other than, going to the extent of taking out injunctions and so on, which would be a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Do you agree that we need at least something like a volunteering code of conduct that has real consequences for breaching of it? And if PC World or the NHS can put up posters saying we don't tolerate any abuse of our staff, that the church ought to be able to do at least as well, if not better. Thank you.
Back to you then, Tim, for your responses, please. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Very helpful, all three. Mike Booker, the reason why the word supervision is in quote marks is because when I've used it, I've often been questioned by people as to what I mean by it. And I understand that there are various different understandings of what supervision means. For myself, I go on saying, even as I now come towards the end of my active ordained ministry, that I am surprised that I think we're the only one of the caring professions where we don't have to be in compulsory supervision. So I do understand it in the way that you set it out, and I personally would think it's a crucial element of this bigger framework that I'm talking about. Martin, thank you very much indeed, and to Paul Ayres, both making comments about lay people. I suppose rather pathetically what I'd say is that I think I completely agree with both comments that you're making, but I had to start somewhere, as it were, and I do think there is work to be done in focusing on ordained ministry. The only other comments I'd add, I completely accept, Martin, the really good work that you're doing with lay ministry. I think it was David Lamming, was it? I'm sure it probably would be, who raised yesterday the question about what it means to be a member of the Church of England. And I think one of my concerns about the lay issue is that I've had many people speak to me over the last 2 years who are not lay officers, they're not lay ministers, they go to church, that's who they are, and they've been bullied. So how on earth do we begin to get some framework around that? So I think it's a crucial piece of work, as I've said in my paper, but I hope I'm not just passing the buck when I say I think it's another group of people who rather urgently need to begin to take up that work.
Thank you. The next group of questioners, please. David Colston, followed by Sarah Finch, and then Philip Plimming. So David, first to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I speak from the laity point of view. I speak as a diocesan lay chair and as someone with a lifetime experience in industry and the public sector management. I'd like to support the comments that have been made regarding matters of, shall we say, recalcitrant laity. I agree with Bishop Tim that this is probably a separate stream of work, but we lost the opportunity in 2000, 21 years ago, to take this matter further when the Church Warden's measure was passing through Parliament. I'm well aware from my discussions with other diocesan lay chairs that there's a problem in many places. The devastating effects of bullying and harassment on clergy and their families and congregations, we are only too aware of this. So I would urge that this matter be taken forward. And my question, in a sense, Bishop Tim, is can we actually identify a means by which we can take this very important matter through to conclusion? Thank you, Chair.
Moving swiftly on then to you, Sarah, please, for your question. Thank you.
Sarah Finch, London, 354. My question is about mutual accountability. Recently, I've been very impressed to hear about a group of friends, all clergy, who meet a few times a year and ask each other all sorts of questions. The result is that they are accountable to each other. And I wonder if the bishop thinks this is a good idea, and if so, how it could be encouraged. Thank you.
Thanks for your succinct question, Sarah. And on to Philip for yours, please. Thank you.
Philip Plimming, University and TEIs 453. Thank you, Bishop Tim, for your very helpful presentation and I think timely challenge. As someone ordained 20 years ago this year who now teaches Christian leadership, I concur entirely with your assessment that the expectations around public ordained ministry and its place within a wider leadership landscape and its culture has changed substantially. So I think your work is vital and I'm delighted to see it going ahead. My question has two parts. First, are you aware that however uneven the knowledge of the guidelines for the professional conduct of the clergy in the wider church, a significant number of TEIs, mine own included, find it a profoundly helpful core text as we help students prepare for public ministry. So we will welcome further work based on it. And second, given the work outlined in paragraph 29 of your paper will clarify and in some places amend our understanding of the weight of ordained ministry, what gives you confidence that the resourcing ministerial formation review currently underway will take full account of this work as it prepares proposals for amending the support of theological training? Thank you.
Back to you, Tim, for your responses, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, David, for your comments. I completely understand that the lay issue is a massive one. I think, again, without trying to be irresponsible, I'd be looking for volunteers to step forward and say they will be willing to take this up. I do think it's a very complex area because, as Martin Snow was saying, there are some specific issues around lay ministry and around people who hold office. There is then a much wider series of issues around how lay people respond or deal with each other. And I hear what Liz Goddard's saying, and I hear what you're saying and other people have said. So I think it's crucial and urgent. I simply don't think it's possible to do everything at once. So I'm looking for volunteers, happy to hear them. Sarah, thank you for your example, very good example. Again, just going back to what Father Thomas said, one of the other people that we've been talking to recently from a secular business world pointed out very helpfully to me, something I should have known a long time ago, the difference between accountability and responsibility. So I think what you're saying for me, Sarah, is it's perfectly possible now from today for groups of us to sit down and say, I share some responsibility for my own behaviours. I want to talk with you about how these things operate. So before any systemic changes are happening, examples like yours, Sarah, could happen all over the place. That doesn't prevent, however, some of the systemic changes that need to be happening brought in due course. Philip, thank you very much for your comments. Completely understand what you're saying in the first place about guidelines. When we get onto the CDM later, it's interesting to me to notice that many registrars, many tribunals, many other people use the guidelines in a way that I don't know that all clergy understand that they're being used. So it's great to know, as I do know, that many TEIs are using them. As I hint and trail my coat in what I've said, I think they should be reinforced and a lot more work needs to be done on them. I would see them as becoming not just guidelines, but the standards by which we lay out from the beginning what it is we're expecting of each other. So thank you for that. Your second question is very well put. I am not totally confident, but I am confident that if we think about the issues we're talking about now, under resourcing ministerial formation, we get an honest conversation between ecclesial leaders and those who are working in the TEI world to try and ensure we are being honest with each other about the expectations and the aspirations that are in all our minds at the moment.
Thank you. There are a few more people who I'd really like to hear from and give them the opportunity to ask their questions. So the more succinct everyone can be, then we can make that happen. So let's hear from Shane Ardron, Simon Talbot, and then Rachel Mann. Shane, over to you first, please. Thank you.
Shane Ardron, 333 Leicester. This is very timely for the changes that are happening in the Leicester Diocese at the moment. And I want to jump ahead a little, which is more about how we can embed some of the things that you work out across the whole of the church. Because as you're saying, a lot of the problems are happening within the parishes. We had this problem with the 5 guiding principles that people on the ground didn't know about them to be able to live and work with them. So how do we actually try and embed this within the parishes, not just within teaching the clergy and that we being within the TEIs. So this is part of the skills of leadership, but also the skills of following. And surely some of this could be embedded within some of the discipleship work. So it's not just one stream. How can we share this out across different areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Simon, to your question now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, very much. Bishop Tim, thank you for the report that you've put together, and thank you for the time that you've taken as well. And having been part of that conversation in a small group, it's been very welcome. The particular point I'd like to pick up and ask a questioner is around paragraph 26 in the report, and that's around the definition of issues such as complaint, misconduct, and serious misconduct. I'd like to say a little bit more about that in response to that specific question. Thank you.
Thanks. And Rachel Mann, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel Mann, 172 Manchester, and thank you, Tim, for a terrific presentation. My question, I guess, is theological/linguistic. To what extent, Bishop, do you feel that we need to rediscover, somewhat counterintuitively, a much richer understanding of the word profession or professional for both clergy and actually for lay people, given that the notion of profession and professional finds at least some root in the notion of profession of faith. To what extent do we need to learn to discover to be people who profess our faith as clergy and as lay people?
Thanks very much, everyone. Back to you, Tim, for your next lot of responses, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Shane. I think what you're saying is vital. Ongoing education, development right throughout is crucial. Slightly tangentially in a way, but one of the things that Martin and I have been talking about is what might be the sort of foundational value system that we might use. And for me, the values outlined by the Pastoral Advisory Group, those 6 evils, I think they are, 6 pervading evils, to me feel as if they could be things that we could use much more in our parishes and our ongoing regular life. But what you're saying, Shane, for me, is very much about how do we encourage clergy and laity, it's not by any means the sole preserver of clergy, to have that ongoing dialogue, understanding, debate, go on learning, to be people who understand that we are teaching and learning as the LLF process is about. Simon, thank you. It gives me an opportunity to say I'll be saying a bit more about this in the debate in a few minutes' time, Simon. I am myself clear that the crucial piece of work that we have to do to carry on to bring the CCM back before Synod in a better shape is precisely around definitions. And as I said in my paper, as I've written in my paper, I think we need to be clearer about our definitions. I'll say a bit more, but if you've got a spare moment this evening, if there's nothing good on television, if you go to the website of the Diocese of Melbourne and look at their scheme about clergy conduct, interestingly, it starts off with page after page of defining the terms. It seems to me crucial that we do indeed define our terms, but understand then there needs to be some porosity about the reality of what's happening, having defined the terms in the first place. Rachel, thank you so much for what you said. For myself, I couldn't agree more with you. I am surprised that as Christians, we have some suspicion about the word profession, and I'm intrigued to know about what the Christian roots of the word amateur might be, if that's the opposite of the word profession. But for me, there is a very interesting chapter written in the guidelines all about profession. And it would seem to me that as Christians, again, going back to what Father Thomas said, for me, we need to rediscover the language that was given to us that we should have the confidence to use ourselves.
Thank you. So moving on to John Walker, Luke Miller, and then Charles Reed. And that may be it, I'm afraid, today. John, for your question, first of all, then, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the most encouraging paper, possibly that I've read in my 1 year on Synod, and for your great presentation, a real lift on a Sunday afternoon. What I wanted to ask you is, will the scope of the proposed work include considering the view that there is, or should be, no distinction between ordained and lay people? We are all similarly called, but also differently called to be part of the church, the people of God, and many of the issues and contortions that your paper seems to be trying to address arise, in my view, from an artificially created difference that is neither scriptural nor theologically sound. Either we believe in the priesthood of all believers, or we don't. Either we believe in the priesthood of all believers and practice it, or we don't. I'd be interested in your view on that because I picked up in your presentation where you talked about the ordained as walking sacraments. For someone who has encountered God sacramentally through vast hordes of lay people, I can't understand why the word ordained was in that. Thank you.
Luke Miller, for your question now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Luke Miller, 162 London. 3 nested questions very quickly. First of all, Bishop Dim, thank you very much indeed for the work that you've done on this. I think you'll be well aware that it touches on a whole wide range of other things to do with what it is to be a cleric. And will that also be taken into account? I'm thinking of things like housing, stipend, which has a theology packed around it and is distinct from remuneration, or should we move towards being remunerated with all that that means, office holding, time limiting of appointments, and so on.
my second question flows from that, because work on that area would touch on what it is to be an Anglican. It's an ecclesiological issue. It's possible to remain in some ways independent within the Church of England. We're a church which is very evolved, and we therefore have the rich diversity of opinion, which we all value so much. It's possible to remain in critical solidarity because there's a certain independence that the clergy have, or at least some of them. And how will this work impinge on that, particularly given the frustrations that some of that has when in a world in which we're looking at strategic priorities and we very much like to be able to move perhaps slightly quicker than some of those checks and balances allow us to. And I'm personally in favour of the checks and balances, but how does that work in place? And my third question is, therefore, will the very necessary and deeply important ecclesiological, theological, and sociological, in some ways, investigation that this will require be given the resources that it needs, both in terms of the human resource, the diversity of opinion that will be needed in the room, and also the time, money, and effort that will need to go into it? Thank you.
And to Charles Reid, the last questioner for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Unlike as Charles Reid 181 Norwich, unlike Luke Miller, I'm not an archdeacon, so I've only got two nested questions. The first is, I wonder whether it would be possible for there to be compiled a list of documents that dioceses have got which share good practice in this area. In the Diocese of Norwich, we have what we think is a helpful document called Dignity in Ministry. When we were working on this and we didn't have a title, it was known informally as the Diocesan Harassment and Bullying Policy, until somebody pointed out that they hoped we were working on a policy to stop harassment and bullying, not encourage it. Anyway, it's called Dignity in Ministry, and it applies to all the people in the diocese, clergy and laity, and I suspect other dioceses have got similar documents. We've also got a document we've produced which is for LLMs for readers, parallel to the professional conduct of the clergy. So it'd be helpful perhaps if we could all know what each other are up to. Would that be possible? My second question is this, with my other hat as a TEI staff member. Just occasionally, sadly, in TEIs, we have to raise some alarm bells about candidates for ordination. And thankfully, very occasionally, we meet resistance from bishops and DDOs who don't want to hear the questions and issues we're raising. And I wonder whether Bishops Tim and Martin would be able to have a word with their fellow bishops and some DDOs to take the concerns of TEIs more seriously when we're flagging up concerns about ordinance. Thank you.
So back to you, Tim, for the last time for this afternoon with your responses, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, John, for your comments. I fear I'm going to ruin your Sunday afternoon by saying that actually I do think there is a distinction between ordained and lay. Otherwise, we wouldn't bother ordaining anybody. So I think there is a distinction that does not, in my mind, take away from the reality that we do all believe in the priesthood of the whole people of God. The two things for me are not mutually exclusive. So I think there is a distinction, but I think therefore it needs even more work to be done on what that distinction means and how it operates. And that again is what I'm laying out my understanding that we need to do much more work on clarifying and defining what these things mean. Thank you, Luke, for your questions. I think in a sense they are somewhat related to each other in my mind, at least the first two are. I mean, of course, if we look again at how the nature and the understanding of ordained ministry, that could have consequential impact on issues like housing and stipend, but it doesn't need to do. Obviously, what I'm doing now is setting out a personal view. This is in no way taken up by the wider Church of England, as it were. So you're right to raise those questions, but they, I think, would form part of the ongoing conversation. And your second point about what it means to be an Anglican, again, I think I probably want to challenge slightly and say, are you content with the word independent, or is it not interdependence that we're looking to be and to do? And is there not some way in which we are actually related to each other and we can't exist without each other? And if that's the case, what do our relationships actually, what does that mean? How does that work out in practice? Your final point, Luke, is a very good one. Clearly, we've heard in this group of synod sessions that we're always asking for more resources to do everything. We can't do everything, we've got limited resources. But I would say, wouldn't I, as a personal comment again, that it seems to me that this is a really crucial matter. And therefore, I'm sure Martin and others will be wanting to look at how we resource it in due course. Charles, thank you for your comments. I think sharing good practice is crucial. I think your idea of compiling what already exists is crucial. Again, so often in the Church of England, we seem to reinvent the wheel when we don't need to. So I think that's a really good idea that we can take forward. Charles, I have Episcopal colleagues, but of course they never listen to a word I say. So I'm not sure it's very helpful for me to talk to them about the points you make. But of course, yes, we do need, again, to enter into difficult conversations with each other. And just as you raised the point you've raised, Charles, I'm sure bishops would sometimes want to raise comments about other parts of the organisation where they don't always get the traction they want from those parts of the organisation. What that seems to me to tell me is that we need much more open, honest, difficult conversations with, for and to each other.
Thank you very much for that. I am aware that several more members were hoping to ask questions. Unfortunately, time has caught up with us, and so we will have to leave it there for today. Please do remember, though, that you can send your questions to Bishops Tim and Martin if you wish to do so. Particular thanks then to Bishop Tim for all that you have shared with us this afternoon, and to members for your questions. That concludes this item of business, so we will move to the next item on the agenda, item 24, in a moment. Thanks very much, everyone.
Good afternoon, Synod. We move to item 24, which is proposals for legislation to replace the clergy discipline measure. Members will need to have to hand GS 2219, which is the report of the Lambeth Working Group on the clergy discipline measure. Before we just go on, could I, the question was asked about the panel of chairs list, and you can find that on the website under OP4. It's also under other docs on the app, and so I hope that you can locate that particular listing if you're wanting to know who the chairs are. You will, looking at the order paper number 4, see that there is a following motion that Simon Talbot has laid before the Synod. In order for us to debate that following motion, I'm going to be looking to you, members of Synod, for a motion of closure of the main debate, so we can move on to that. So have that in mind if you're keen that we discuss Simon's following motion. We're going to begin, though, with the main motion, and I'm going to invite the Bishop at Lambeth, who hopefully has just managed to have a quick cup of tea in between those, the Bishop at Lambeth to speak to item 24. And Bishop, you have up to 10 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much indeed. Tim Thornton, 44, Bishop to the Forces for this particular performance. I propose a motion of closure. Oh no, sorry, that's not me, is it? During the 13th century, the sometime Archbishop of Canterbury, John Peckham, said that there were 7 great evils from which the Church in England suffered. The third of these was the lack of any effective discipline of the clergy. The system, he said, was plagued by a process that was too complicated and too disparate. Inquisitors would roam parishes and report back on almost anything that they considered was amiss. Would-be reformers found themselves thwarted by appeals to Rome, a process which took so long that by the time a decision was made, most had forgotten what the point was in the first place. Fast forward 800 years, and another Archbishop of Canterbury asked me to chair a working group looking at the reform of the clergy discipline measure. It has been a privilege and not a little hard work to do so. In its work, the group has heard from people with a wide range of perspectives. These have included survivors of abuse, those who have been respondents and complainants in CDM proceedings, those with professional legal and safeguarding expertise, bishops involved in administering the CDM, and those with experience in non-ecclesiastical regulation. I am hugely grateful to all those who have engaged with us. I do want to repeat what I said earlier today, and that is the privilege I've had to listen to many people, and it makes it clear to me that we do need a new measure. At the same time, it's also crystal clear that the awful experiences of so many will not be helped simply by a new discipline measure. So I hope members of Synod will not imagine that this one measure can in any way solve the many issues that need addressing. As I note in the report before you, I do wish to pay real tribute, as well as to the members of the group that worked with me, to two groups who've done so much work in this area in the past year, the Sheldon Hub and the Ecclesiastical Law Society's Working Party on the CDM. And if I may also say a huge thank you to Edward Dobson, who has done an huge amount of work in this area himself, and his presence and what he's doing has moved things forward tremendously in this whole area already. Behind these proposals that are put before you today are 5 key principles. The allocation of complaints and the allegations of misconduct to separate tracks. The imposition of statutory duties to ensure professional support is in place for survivors and complainants, and effective pastoral support for respondents. Thirdly, the early investigation of all complaints and allegations of misconduct. Fourthly, independent oversight of disciplinary functions with an emphasis on professional training for those administering any aspect of the measure. And fifthly and finally, the proper resourcing of diocesan and national bodies to ensure the efficient determination of complaints and allegations of misconduct. I'm not going to go through each of these in detail, but I would like to address Synod on 2 areas of what I regard as primary importance. First is the real need for a system that separates misconduct from complaint, to put it at its simplest. Many of the conversations I have with complainants do not raise matters of misconduct, but rather talk of pastoral breakdown, misjudgment, or error. As early as 1996, when the CDM was still 8 years away, there was recognition of the need for a procedure where what were called grievances could be heard without the need for the formality of discipline. A detailed system was proposed, but not included in the CDM. This was a mistake, and we must recognize that and correct it. What we propose today is the simple separation between misconduct and complaint. We propose that complaints, and I must credit the Ecclesiastical Law Society here, be dealt with locally by an assessor or assessors. They would receive proper training and support. In determining those complaints, the outcome will focus on the pastoral rather than the punitive. It is noteworthy that since 2006, 45% of all complaints brought under the CDM have been dismissed or subject to no further action. Often this is not because there is no legitimate cause for complaint, but rather because the subject matter was not deemed serious enough for a formal disciplinary procedure. That leaves the issue unresolved for all involved, and in my experience is partly why so many people are deeply unhappy about this. Our proposal seeks to address this. Allegations of misconduct will be immediately sent for early investigation to the Office of the Designated Officer. Such an approach will of course mean the complaint and misconduct must be clearly defined. As I mentioned earlier, and I'm grateful to the follow-on motion, but I think we need to be clear about this, I've been struck by some other jurisdictions, for example, the Diocese of Melbourne in Australia, who give a long list of clear definitions contained within their legislation and guidance. The detailed work has to be done. It's not there at the moment, but it does need to be done. I understand that, and I want to underline it. The key work for the implementation group is precisely to do that work of definition. We've considered carefully proposals promulgated by others for a middle route of less than serious misconduct. We're also acutely aware of the stress and anxiety highlighted so well and clearly by the Sheldon Hub and others that comes with being subject to a formal legal process. However, in most cases, we do not believe that there can be a proper distinction between different types of misconduct prior to the investigation. The substance and seriousness of an allegation can change and does change throughout investigation in either direction of seriousness. Furthermore, we must recognise that at times misconduct does take place that, although unlikely to result in a removal from office or prohibition, is nonetheless serious and must be treated as such. In the realms of safeguarding especially, any other course of action will be contrary to the public commitments the Church has already given. As such, where there is misconduct, we do not think it's appropriate that it be dealt with by the assessors, but it's referred for formal investigation. It is, I admit, a difficult balancing act, but it's one that any fair system of discipline must tackle. That's not to say that things will simply proceed as they do now. I've highlighted the need for early investigation, and Synod will note our proposals that both complaints and allegations of misconduct are allocated to their track quickly, cutting out the current lengthy diocesan stage of the proceedings. Delay and inaction are the cause of so much anxiety in the present system, and we must and can do better on that front. Further, the implementation group will examine the feasibility of enshrining within the measure a provision that a respondent would only be removed from office once the bishop or tribunal were satisfied that their fitness to exercise their public ministry was impaired. I am aware that in some quarters, misgivings have been raised about this approach. We have certainly heard those. That said, I'm also sorry that our proposals do seem to have been misunderstood by some. I'm sure there are varied reasons for that. We have, of course, lost so much in the past year by way of proper human interaction. A planned in-person discussion event for this synod could not happen. I hope that in the future it will take place. The second area, finally, I'd want to emphasise is that of continued training, development and oversight. Systems of discipline do not operate in a vacuum. They are dependent upon the expertise and experience of those who administer its functions. What has struck me in my conversation over the past 18 months or so is those who have key roles in the CDM, bishops, archdeacons, DSAs, and many others, only deal with perhaps 1 or 2 cases per year. Whatever the shape of the new measure, those same people will continue to have a role. Accordingly, we must ensure that training, continued professional development, and oversight is embedded with our culture around discipline. In this, we recommend that the Clergy Discipline Commission play a much greater role, taking on those 3 principles as the central functions of the Commission. In the 13th century, it took Pope Innocent III to call his Great Fourth Council of the Lateran in order to cure what he called the immorality and worldliness of the clergy. In the Church of England, we don't yet have councils in that sense, but rather prefer implementation groups and revision committees. As we have acknowledged, as I acknowledge now clearly, there is still detailed work to be done, but there is a real commitment to proper reform. Whilst an ordered church must have discipline, that discipline must be rooted in the principles of the gospel, in reconciliation and in justice. I am sorry for the times where the church has fallen short of that. What I would say is that already with the operation of the current measure, there are clear improvements. The proposals for reform before you build on that work. I would also add, as I made clear in the last item, that any changes to processes around discipline will not solve many of the problems and issues that have been raised by so many people. Whatever discipline process we have, we do need to make further changes to the wider understanding and frame of support around all clergy. Please do not make the mistake of trying to address real and significant issues around culture and relationships by focusing too closely on the wrong processes. I look forward to your comments and helpful contributions. I do hope that you will take note of this matter so we can continue to progress with this crucial area of our life.
Thank you, Bishop. This item is now open for debate. Can I remind members, please, that we're debating this item and not the following motion. So I'd be glad if you would address your comments to this particular item. I'm going to call first of all the Dean of the Arches, followed by the Prolocutor of Canterbury. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much also Bishop Tim and your working group for all that you've done on this. And I strongly welcome the report in general. I have some points to make about some of the detail, a bit of which I'll do today, and it may be that other parts can be taken offline, as it were. Firstly, I would just like to note under paragraph 20 of the paper, where the importance of training for all involved is stressed, one of the ICSA recommendations, that the Ecclesiastical Judges Association has already been thinking about this, together with the designated officer, Mr. Edward Dobson, and we are keen to be involved, particularly with the training of potential new tribunal chairs, as a way also to aid diversity in recruitment, but also to assist tribunal chairs generally to do their work. And then one other matter to mention in this debate briefly is this, and it arises out of paragraph 41 of the paper and the flowchart at the end, where the question of the role of the president of tribunals is raised concerning the question of whether she or her deputies decide that matters should go forward to tribunal. In the flowchart, there is a reference to their reports on that matter being confidential. I would ask that that be reconsidered very carefully and that those reports ought not to be confidential. Firstly, for reasons of fairness to the parties involved. Next, for reasons of general transparency and openness, in further important commitments which the Church made to ICSA and to others. And lastly, for openly building up a library of decisions in order to help achieve consistency of decision-making and to inform all involved in the new shape of process. Thank you again to the group very much, and I look forward with my fellow judges to being involved as this work is taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Butler, followed by Peter Collier. 5 minutes still.
Thank you, Chair. Simon Butler, Southwark 219. I just want to add my thanks to those of the Dean of the Arches, to Tim, for the open and generous approach he's taken throughout this whole piece of work. I hope the debate will continue in that vein as well. In some ways, I regret that this matter has become a little polarized. I've always found him open and receptive. And in that matter, I rather regret the sort of language that we see in the ELS briefing paper about resistance at all costs. The working group aren't a wicked group of institutionalized people who don't understand what's at stake for individuals. They're simply trying to develop the best possible and fairest approach to the unfortunate reality of the necessity of discipline. And I hope this debate will bring unity and consensus over direction. A complaint of misconduct is always traumatic, and the process involved needs to be designed to minimize the trauma involved. The working group, I'm delighted to say, recognises the central role that triage has to play. The major problem of the CDM is one size fits all. I've supported a number of people through the CDM process, and anyone encountering it can easily fear the worst possible outcome. My partner is a head of casework in his civil service department, and he tells me that in secular discipline, a respondent will be informed early in the process if the allegations, if made out, could result in dismissal. what we are calling serious misconduct, although why we can't simply use the gross misconduct phrase like everyone else maybe ought to be explained. In our setting, I think a similar approach needs to be taken. Triage needs to clarify, subject of course to due process and the possibility of further disclosure of misconduct, whether someone is facing the possibility of removal from office or deposition or not. At the very least, someone facing a serious outcome might conduct their defense in a very different way knowing that. And those who are not facing one might avoid the expense of lawyers, as well as being reassured that they're not facing a loss of role. I too am grateful to Sheldon for their research, for highlighting the trauma that the CDM causes, and any replacement should have processes which minimize it for the respondent. But where I think that we who are subject to clergy discipline, potential respondents as we all are, should be wary of the Sheldon research is its lack of attention to the trauma of complainants. Where I'm cautious of the discussion, as it's been framed by the vigorous online campaign that various parties have embarked upon, is the way its focus is firmly on trauma for respondents. Any discipline process should minimize trauma all round, but a disciplinary process must not unreasonably privilege the minimizing of trauma to one party at the expense of inflicting more on the other. The replacement of the CDM needs to be more just and caring of respondents. You'd expect the prolocutor to say that, and the proposer of the clergy covenant to hammer that point home. But we must not replace it with something that comes to be seen as the church looking after its own. The pendulum mustn't swing the other way, especially in the light of the belated progress we're making on safeguarding. I'd like to warmly welcome Tim's point about definitions. We were talking over lunch about this, and the first question that Paul asked me was, where are your policies? Where are your policies? The more definition we have, the more policy written down, the more easier it will be to work. I hope that the implementation group will be undefended about the proposals which end up being in the final direction of travel. And I may be minded to support Simon's motion later on, despite some problems that can be teased out. But I will be asking that we vote on the two clauses separately. But whether it's CDM or ELS or Lambeth Working Group proposals that emerge from today, ultimately it's the way those who administer the disciplinary process conduct themselves that really matters. Bad workers blame their tools. We need more focus on praxis, not legislative instruments going forward. We should remember that failure to do this well is costly, emotionally, financially, psychologically, missionally. I would welcome clarity in what emerges about the consequences of failure to do just this. Failure to handle discipline well should be much more clearly a disciplinary matter itself. But I welcome this debate and its potential outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Peter Collier for 5 minutes speech, and then I'll be reducing the speech limit to 3 minutes and calling the Bishop of Bristol.
Peter Collier, 456, Vicar General York. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I declare an interest in that I chaired the Ecclesiastical Law Society Working Party, which reviewed the clergy discipline measure and has suggested in some detail what a new measure might look like. I should say that we have issued no briefing paper, and I don't know quite why the locutor should have thought that we have done. Whatever it was not issued by the ELS. Can I begin by urging Synod to take note of this report and to send it forth on its legislative journey so that sooner rather than later we do have a new measure? It would be a mistake not to take note, as to do so would seriously delay any change to the current measure. And I know of no one who doesn't want to change as urgently as possible the current procedures. Standing Order 105 makes it clear that taking note is not to be taken as committing the Synod to the acceptance of any matter in the report. So let us please take note. 25 years ago, in 1996, there was a report to Synod entitled Under Authority, which Synod was asked to take note of and send on its legislative journey, which then took 7 years to produce the CDM. In the work that was done by that working group, they recognised that once you have, and I quote, weeded out the frivolous, malicious and inconsequential complaints, what is left is a number of quite legitimate complaints, most of which we believe will be fairly minor. as it will be in no one's interest to activate formal disciplinary procedures for fairly minor complaints, a simple procedure to handle these effectively is required, close quote. But please note the 3 different groups that they identified in 1996. It wasn't, however, within their remit to provide such a procedure for the lesser complaints. They did, however, tag a proposal in an appendix, and Father Stephen Trott moved a motion to ask that the legislation would include that other procedure. On that occasion, his motion was welcomed by the Platform Party, but for the reasons that are still unclear. As the years went by, that fell from the agenda and was not included in the measure that we now have. Because the implementation of the 1996 report didn't result in a separate system for serious and less than serious misconduct, every complaint now launched is by way of a disciplinary complaint. So it is that when a complaint is laid under the measure against a cleric, it may be something that would never end up with loss of home and livelihood, even if proved. But the cleric can have no confidence about that and becomes not only anxious and distressed, but may have to shell out money to lawyers for advice and assistance to protect their position. Sheldon have recounted many of their stories, and we do have to change all that. And my concern about the paper before us is that it is drawing the wrong distinction when it distinguishes between complaints and misconduct. I think it's linguistically confusing. I complain about your misconduct. Your misconduct might be very serious, it might be less than serious, or it might just be that I have a whinge or a grievance about something that you did. And the distinction the implementation group needs to work with is not between complaint and misconduct, but between serious misconduct and less than serious misconduct. It's the serious misconduct which should follow a track not dissimilar to the current one, although there are many things about that system that do need changing, but that's for another day. It's the principle that needs to be focused on initially. Obviously, you also need a separate track dealing with the matters that are less than serious. The following motion does put the focus there, and my hope is that if the platform doesn't welcome it, that Synod will pass it, and that on this occasion we won't let it slip in the way that it did 25 years ago. Can I just apologise to Bishop Tim if I gave the impression that there was no engagement between ELS and the Lambeth groups? As he knows, we met briefly on a couple of occasions for an hour, a handful from each, and we identified the differences of approach. But we didn't explore, engage, or challenge each other's respective positions. And it's that sort of process that will result in the best possible system as we go forward on the legislative journey that hopefully begins today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a point of order from Simon Butler. Simon, please.
Simon Butler, Southwark 209. I don't wish to detain Synod, but I just want to point out to the Vicar General that I have a paper on the Sheldon Hub in the name of Mr. Sam McGuinness for the ELS Working Party dated July 2021. Specifically referring to language of resisting at all costs. So I just want that made for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I call the Bishop of Bristol, 3-minute speech limit, followed by Debbie Flash.
Bishop of Bristol, 009 before. It was my own induction to the Diocese of Bristol, which enabled me to understand some of the distress that many of my clergy were experiencing because of what they had observed of the distress of 2 or 3 particular members. And it made me start to reflect on the clergy discipline measure and a journey with the ELS. I declare an interest in discovering what we had committed ourselves in the past and where we needed to go for the future. I am very glad that the work of the Lambeth Group, and so many thanks to Bishop Tim, and the campaigning and research by Sheldon and the ELS proposal seems to be converging. I look forward to further convergence. There is one particular detail I'd like to address because it concerns particularly the role of the diocesan bishop under the new proposals. Stage 1, paragraphs 22, 23, 24, and the proposal for the allocation of cases by the diocesan bishop. I can see this proposal tries to rectify one of the deficiencies of the current measure and the advice to bishops not to get too closely involved in the detail of cases. The result has seriously hobbled diocesan bishops by restricting the possibility of either testing the facts or finding a way to informal conciliation. Yet the proposal for the diocesan bishop to allocate cases can build risk and mistrust in. For the complainants, there will be a lack of transparency. How will they know the basis for the bishop's decision? How will they have confidence that the bishop will not be biased against them? And the bishop's decision is crucial, not least because it will give access to legal aid. And the bishops will have their own concerns about potential lack of trust in their role and their performance, and they will undoubtedly find they have significant extra workload. That they may refer the matter to the registrar with continuing pressure on controlling costs, this permissive provision may be squeezed out. So I do ask that the Lambeth follow-on group look again at the proposal for stage 1, that there might be a short independent assessment of the case with recommendation to the bishop and allocation thereafter between tracks. All this to be published and reviewed so that from the start of the process, trust is built and our common life is built up.
Thank you, Debbie Flash, followed by Mark Emerton for a maiden speech.
Debbie Flack, Europe 113. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Thank you too to Bishop Tim and all involved in the work so far, not only on this item, but that referred to in the previous item. I am quite concerned that in GS 2219 that the work done separately by Sheldon and the ECL has not been integrated into the report that you have made of proceedings. And I wonder, it's in paragraph 6, you say you acknowledge the work done by them both, but you don't say that it has been integrated and will form part of the ongoing implementation group. And I think I would like to hear something about that, please. And I would also like to know whether the investigation and triage of cases is going to be independent, or would like to know that. And what about legal aid, please, for either those unable to pay their legal costs or find themselves embroiled in very long cases? For me, it's vital that we try and get this right. You know, I wasn't on Synod 25 years ago. It's only been 16. But I would like to make sure that our line of travel, make sure that whatever comes out of this work is more humane, and simply commend this work to you that has been done by Sheldon and by the ELS, so that it is integrated into whatever work goes forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Mark Emerton for his maiden speech. And Mark, as it is your maiden speech, I'm going to allow you up to 5 minutes, but you might not need it. And then call Joyce Jones.
Thank you very much. Mark Emerson, Portsmouth 386, and thank you for the indulgence of some extra time, which hopefully I won't use. The first comment I was going to make was to welcome the report, and I agree absolutely that we should take note, and it's an important area which, and obviously a lot of hard work and careful thought has gone in, but that doesn't mean that there is not more work to be done to improve it. Now, I have thought of various comments I was going to make, many of which have been made by the previous speakers, all of whom, in my view, have said some very sensible things. And I just wanted to echo 2 points in particular. Firstly, the substantive points made by Peter Collier, which I would echo on the question of what is meant by complaint or misconduct, which I'll come back to in a moment, but also the very important points made by Simon Butler as to all of the various people who are necessarily involved in the disciplinary process. Because, of course, there are problems with the system at the moment. It is slow, it is not always fair to the clergy, it is not always fair to complainants, and it doesn't always support the needs of discipline more widely. And it's important to balance all these things and come up with a system that works sufficiently well for everybody. And I was very pleased that Bishop Tim went back to the 7 great evils and recognised that at least one of the evils maybe is still echoing around, and acknowledged the various inputs. So in my remaining time, I was just making some comments about expertise, about the particular issue, and on the way ahead. And I should say, like Bishop Tim and others, I've also looked at how under authority was eventually turned into clergy discipline measure. It was a very good report. The process of getting to the measure perhaps didn't work quite as intended. We don't want to fall into that trap. But as far as expertise is concerned, I speak as a member of General Synod, looking perhaps at disciplinary procedures through the lens of an experienced lawyer who has seen them work in other professions, including caring professions. They're not always perfect, and they don't always apply directly to what we need in the Church of England, but there are some useful lessons, and there is a great deal of expertise around amongst lawyers and others of people who've seen disciplinary systems work or sometimes not work, and can bring that expertise and experience to bear. And I know that there are others within General Synod who have that experience, and we may or may not be hearing from them today. And I did want to rehearse the point which others have made, is that that experience was tapped into via the Ecclesiastical Law Society Working Group report, which I've read and I think was a good report. And although it's acknowledged, perhaps there are 1 or 2 points which need to be considered a little bit further in taking this forward to legislation. The substantive point about what is a complaint, what is misconduct, although Bishop Tim has helpfully explained his thinking there, I have to say, taking perhaps a wider view as a lawyer looking at how the system should work for all, I entirely agree with Peter Collier. I think all the disciplinary systems, and if you take, for example, the General Medical Council, General Dental Council, or other statutory disciplinary systems with tribunals, they do all have a properly constructed system that allows for no further action. That doesn't mean that there's not a problem to be addressed, but not a disciplinary problem. What you could call serious misconduct or gross misconduct, which may involve some form of suspension or removal from office, and then a whole range of matters in between, which can be dealt with usually relatively informally in a way that acknowledges misconduct, but without blighting somebody's career or causing unnecessary stress. And it's in that area, I think I agree with Peter Collier, the proposals don't work as well as they might. I think it's important that we do go back and try and get it right. I think that we're not talking about Simon Talbot's motion. I think the points he makes are valid. They don't necessarily need a separate resolution. What is important is we carry this forward as quickly as possible, but take the time to do it properly, and acknowledging that where the draft comes up with a system that doesn't work as well as it should, we need to discuss and think very hard, using the expertise available to make it as good as we can. So I would urge everyone to take note, but that isn't the end of the matter at this stage.
Thank you, Mark. Joyce Jones, followed by the Bishop of Guildford. Joyce, it's now back down to 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
Joyce Jones, Leeds 137, Prosecutor for the York Province. I'd like to say that whatever measures we have in place, the situation won't improve until there's a change of culture, which means that both complainants and respondents are treated with compassion and offered effective support. I know that the guidelines say that this should happen, but when we read all the reports, sadly, this doesn't always happen. And I think often that people are either afraid of being seen not to take the complaint seriously enough, or afraid of going the other way. And what we need is compassion, humanity, and boldness in dealing with complaints, providing proper support so that both complainants and respondents are able to engage with the process properly and be treated with fairness and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. The Bishop of Guildford, followed by Gavin Kirk.
Andrew Watson, Bishop of Guildford, 020. Mr. Chairman, thank you for calling me. I too am very grateful to Bishop Tim and the work of the Lambeth Working Group. I think they've done a really good job and would encourage us to take note of this report as a positive, although not final, next step. In particular, I welcome the proposal to draw a clear distinction between general complaints and specific allegations of misconduct. However we define those, that makes a lot of sense. Fully in favour, of course, of the bank of trained assessors to deal with complaints, and the emphasis on the need for a speedier resolution as possible where there is alleged misconduct on the basis that justice delayed is justice denied. From my sometimes rather agonising experience of operating this clergy discipline measure, especially in the last 7 years of diocesan bishoping, I've recognised both the huge toll that CDMs can take on clergy well-being and that of their partners and families, and also the damage that can be done to individuals and whole communities on the blessedly rare occasions where there is serious misconduct on the clergy person's part. I also share the view of a number of contributors earlier this afternoon that we need to look to a more effective code of conduct to deal with situations where clergy themselves face bullying and controlling behaviour that is wholly unacceptable. Getting the balance right between the various parties is extraordinarily important. And in that regard, I think GS 2219 is certainly a step in the right direction. I think the major point which requires further clarification, Bishop Tim acknowledged this a little bit earlier on this afternoon, is the only paragraph in the report which is printed in bold, paragraph 27, which refers to safeguarding related cases. There are, of course, cases which are clearly safeguarding related allegations against a clergy person suggesting improper conduct towards a child or vulnerable adult. And in such situations, it's clearly vital that the safeguarding process runs alongside the disciplinary process, although the relationship between the two could be clarified further. But what about situations where, for example, the complaint relates to an alleged addiction to alcohol or drugs? On the one hand, there may not be a specific allegation that the addiction has caused damage to those who are vulnerable, young or old, but clearly there is a real danger. And if the allegations have any truth to them, the individual concerned is broadly risky, both in the sense that virtually all we clergy minister among children and vulnerable adults, and in the broader sense that such a person getting behind the wheel of a car may cause untold damage to vulnerable or apparently invulnerable alike. This is not a theoretical or technical point, it's very much born out of experience. And I think we do need greater clarity here as this important work continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop. Gavin Kirk, followed by Elaine Chegwin Hall.
Gavin Kirk, Lincoln 151. Thank you, Chair. As an archdeacon, I find myself bringing complaints against clergy, often on behalf of parishioners, and also supporting clergy who are facing complaints brought by others. The thing I hear most is frustration, and I often see the trauma at the length of time even relatively straightforward complaints take. So I urge Synod to take note of this report and get things moving. There are, however, I think, two complexities inherent in these proposals which need addressing. The first has been alluded to by several, the distinction between a complaint, although I prefer to call it a grievance, and behaviour amounting to misconduct. It's going to be difficult, I think, to define what sort of behaviour amounts to what type of misconduct. The Prosecutor of Canterbury has made the point with admirable clarity, but the vague definitions of the current measure really don't cut it. My second worry is at what stage of the process is it decided precisely what allegation of complaint or what allegation of misconduct is being faced? It's tempting to assume that every discipline matter is clear cut at the outset, but in my experience, that is very rarely the case. As an investigation unfolds, the situation can often appear very different from its initial presentation. The allegation could become more or less serious. So there's going to be this period of time during which such matters are clarified through investigation. Members of Synod, I think an absolute priority must be given to reducing that period of time to the absolute minimum for the sake of all those involved in these processes. And this is going to mean proper resource, training and supervision for all those involved in that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin. Elaine Chegwin-Hall and then Paul Ayres. And after Elaine, I'm going to, and I apologise for this, I know it's tough, but I'm going to reduce the speech limit to 2 minutes. So Elaine, you have 3.
Thank you. I don't need the 3, but thank you. Elaine Chegwin-Hall, 087 Chester Diocese. I just want to, in common with other people, to acknowledge the huge body of work done by the Working Party of the Lambeth Group, and we can only benefit from what we've read, and just pray for the positive impact that it might have on those concerned. However, when I was looking through that, I noticed that out of the 17 participants of that working party, only 2 seem to have come from the Northern Province. I just wonder why that might have been the case. And as further work is being done by the implementation group, can steps be taken, please, to even this out to include more representatives from the Northern Province? Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Paul Ayres, followed by Andrew Corns. The speech limit is now 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Ayres, Leeds 130. I'm very strongly in favour of taking notes so that further work can be done. Various points I think need work. As has been said, it's going to be very hard work to define the difference between more or less serious misconduct. I noticed that the working group was very heavily weighted with people from the safeguarding world, but very many complaints nothing to do with safeguarding. And there's a danger that people think that if they play the safeguarding card, that trumps everything else and will enable them to be taken more seriously. I wonder if many people are going to be satisfied with an informal process. Usually people come because they say, I want to make a formal complaint. In para 30, I wonder if bishops need to respond personally to every complaint, even the informal ones. I wonder whether they could be triaged and only escalated to the bishop when necessary. In paragraph 31, I'd like to know a lot more about who these assessors are that are envisaged. If a complaint doesn't amount to gross misconduct, does it really need to be referred, well, to the bishop, but who are these panel of assessors? And I wonder how they would be resourced and paid for. And that leads me to think, I wonder whether other sources of resolution are being bypassed. The paper doesn't say much about area deans or particularly archdeacons. You might expect me to say that. There are people who have a bank of experience in dealing with complaints. And I would say, in the case of archdeacons, not just bringing complaints, but also dealing with those that they receive. I do want to say 3 cheers for paragraphs 23 and 34, focusing on outcomes rather than penalties. So many times a key question is to a complainant is, what do you want? What needs to happen? There are times when a truthful answer to the question, what would satisfy you, would be actually nothing would satisfy me. I'm just upset, angry, furious, outraged, and I don't want to be satisfied. And so it's important to tackle this early on. It can mean that complainants refuse to make a formal complaint, but continue to broadcast their case far and wide, which is very damaging to the respondent. And finally, I wonder if we should consider...
Sorry, you've run out of time now. We now go to Andrew Corns. I'm really interested in a motion for closure so that we can, if you want to, move on to the following motion. But I'm in your hands, Synod. But we'll first hear from Andrew Corns.
Andrew Corns, 94 Chichester. Thank you, Chair. I agree with the Bishop of Guildford that the working group's proposals are a step in the right direction. I'd also agree with the last speaker that because of an initial focus on safeguarding, They seem to underestimate how disastrous the current CDM has proved to be. 2 examples. An incumbent with a fine track record of innovative leadership made one misjudged remark in a sermon and upset a parishioner. The vicar wrote to his bishop, who replied that he was sure the vicar would be able to deal with it. An incumbent has 3 seniors from whom he might expect pastoral support: his or her bishop, archdeacon, and rural dean. The archdeacon, not the parishioner, took out a CDM against him. The bishop fell silent. The rural dean was told to deliver the official accusation against the vicar, and then when she did so, she was not allowed to speak with him. After agonized waiting, he received a rebuke and some training, but 7 months later, he's still traumatized, definitely wants to leave the diocese, and is wondering about returning to secular work. The other example is one of the finest and most fruitful incumbents in the Northern Province. A CDM was taken out against him, and he's been suspended for 11 months. I understand he's now been completely exonerated, but he's so bruised that he's just resigned. The working group proposals feel, to me at least, like helpful tinkering, when what is needed is a more radical and urgent overhaul. With the CDM as it stands, we're constantly shooting ourselves in the foot.
Thank you, Andrew. I have a motion for closure, a point of order from Neil Patterson. Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dean, you asked for a motion for closure, and therefore I offer it to you. Neil Patterson, 128 Hereford.
Thank you, Neil. That has my support. Does it have the support of Synod? We need to find out. This is a counted vote of the whole Synod on this motion for closure on this debate.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
That is clearly carried, and thank you for others who put in a point of order. There were in favour 266, against 22, and 4 recorded abstentions. So I now call on the Bishop at Lambeth, the Bishop for the Forces, in this instance, to respond to the debate. Bishop, you have up to 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I thank all those who've spoken? I think it's been a very helpful and useful and positive debate, and I'm grateful to everybody who's spoken. I'd say at the outset that I think I am very clear that we're asking you to take note of this. We are under no illusions. There is more work to be done, and that goes along the lines that various people have spoken about. Morag, thank you very much indeed for all you're doing, particularly the wonderful work that you're doing around training and with the Ecclesiastical Judges Association. Thank you for all of that. I'm might also just at this moment pay tribute to the President and those who work with her. I suspect we're one of the very few organisations who have an independent judge at that point who comes in and helps us in our decision making. And I really do think that we are incredibly well served by the present President and all that she does. I note the point you make about confidentiality, Morag, and we can look at that again, although as I'm sure you're aware, it is complicated. Thank you, Simon, for all you said and for your words and kind words. Again, you and others, and this is a point that's come through in many speakers, I completely accept, as I said in my introductory speech, as I said in the item before this, there is more work to be done on definition. Again, going back to what Father Thomas said, I think a lot of this afternoon has been around language. And I would say to several of the speakers, I think we need to try and understand, is there a difference between verbs and nouns? And in making definitions, are we clear about how we're using language in all this? So there can be a difference about complaining and making a complaint. I suggest it's just one example I'd use. Peter, thank you for all that you said. I might like just at this point to let Synod know that I have actually asked Peter if he would consider being a member of the implementation group, and he said that he is willing to do that. So again, I'm sorry there seems to be a view abroad about some distance between us in some way. We have taken on board many of the ideas that the ELS has put forward, and I would very much myself like to see Peter being part of that group going forward. I would just say as well as that, of course, that it's really good that so many lawyers are helping us in this regard. It's very important indeed that we don't only leave it to the lawyers. And I think I wonder, looking back over the CDM, whether that may have been part of the difficulties before. So we do need other people to play a part. Having said that, I'm especially grateful to what Mark Emerson said, and can imagine that we'll be looking, Mark, to see whether you might be willing to be a consultant for us in some way, even if you wouldn't want to be too fully involved. Debbie, I think I've tried to say already that I can assure you that we are working closely, particularly with the ELS, and we have taken on board, for example, it was their suggestion about assessors. And just coming on to what Paul Ayres asked about who are these assessors. Good question, Paul. We do need to do some further work. As you will no doubt know, in all dioceses, there are a range of people who help under a number of different headings. But I think people like area deans could well be part of that cohort of people who can work in this way. But again, we need proper training and resourcing anybody who's getting involved in this. Clear definition of terms, and in some sense trying to work out what we're trying to do. Andrew Corns, I would say the example that you made is precisely the reason that we've got problems at the moment. I certainly don't underestimate in any shape or form the difficulties that we've got at the moment. I do think that exactly the matter you brought forward is the kind of thing that would be deemed to have been a complaint and therefore dealt with in a completely different way as it should have been. I'm enormously grateful to all those who spoke. I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned your particular name and your contribution. It was very important, and I've made fulsome notes. I can simply assure members of Synod that we are under no illusions that we have much more work to do. We would like to do it as quickly as we can. We did wonder about whether we can try and come back in November. If we can, that's great, but clearly that's up to the Business Committee, not to ourselves. I would like to ask members of Synod to take note of this debate and this motion, and I am completely committed to saying there is not only much more work to do, but it's crucial work that we do in association with the earlier conversation that I was very grateful for as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Tim. So I now put to the Synod the motion that the Synod do take note of this report. This is a counted vote of the whole Synod on item 24.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted 299 in favour, 4 against, with 5 recorded abstentions. Therefore, we have decided to take note of this report and can therefore take the following motion. Item 99 on the order paper. And I invite the Reverend Simon Talbot to speak to his motion. And Simon, you have up to 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Chair, very much indeed. And can I offer my thanks and appreciation to Bishop Tim and the working group for their report under GS 2219 and their engagement with many groups in a listening mode. I have to declare an interest as I bring this motion to Synod. I'm a member of the ELS, although not a member of the Working Party on the CDM. And I'm also a member of the Executive Committee of the Church of England Clergy Advocates, CECA, which now represents 1,300 clergy from across the Church of England at all levels within the organisation. And through our helpline, we've been in receipt, like the Sheldon Hub, of many tragic stories of people that have been engaged in CDM over the lifetime of the present measure. In bringing this following motion, central to the Lambeth Group's proposals is the distinction between complaints and allegations of misconduct, with complaints being resolved locally through an informal process, while misconduct cases would be investigated by a national agency and subject to formal legal proceedings, similar to the current tribunal process. However, a significant number of Synod members who have worked or have been caught up in the CDM process are concerned that this approach fails to address, and indeed will perpetuate, the central flaw of the current system. The clergy accused of relevant minor behaviour and other infractions have to endure the scrutiny and stress of a formal process designed for criminal behaviour and other serious misconduct. Such a process is appropriate for behaviour that merits prohibition from ministry or removal from office, but we've heard increasingly of the damage caused to the health and ministry of clergy who have been unfairly treated and threatened with the loss of home and livelihood, and the dangers of malicious complainants who make baseless or exaggerated claims to bully or drive clergy from parishes. The better approach is to make a further distinction between misconduct, generally, and serious misconduct, which alone should attract penalties of prohibition and removal from office and be subject to a formal legal process. An early assessment on the seriousness and allocation of the appropriate track would then enable relatively minor or routine misconduct to be addressed swiftly and with a pastoral focus, and protect clergy from an all-in misconduct process being weaponised against them. Such was the conclusion of the independent CDM working party set up by the Ecclesiastical Law Society, which has proposed an initial investigation and assessment that distinguishes between 1, complaints not involving misconduct, and 2, misconduct that is less than serious, and 3, serious misconduct. The ELS final report and its proposals have been endorsed by Sheldon and by CECA, both of which work to support clergy who have been caught up in the CDM process. I've tabled the following motion to the Take Note debate, and I welcome the fact that we have taken note of GS 2219, expressing concerns with the over-simplistic distinction between complaints and misconduct, and calling on the new implementation group to follow the ELS proposals and further distinguish between misconduct generally and serious misconduct at the initial assessment stage. The motion also questions the need to delay the proposals for legislation until 2022, when the implementation group can draw on the detailed proposals of the ELS report, and encourages the Business Committee to give time over to the group report for the group to report at the November 2021 group of sessions. I hope you will agree that these changes are needed to finally and decisively address the hurt and damage caused by the CDM, and would ask you to support the following motion that stands in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. This motion is now open for debate. I call Jamie Harrison, followed by Joyce Hill. You both have up to 5 minutes, but if you don't need it, please don't use it.
Jamie Harrison, Durham 299, and an appointed member of the Clergy Discipline Commission. Firstly, just to say a grateful thanks to Simon Talbot, not just for this, but other work he's doing, and particularly his work in advocacy. We owe a great debt to him and those with whom he works, and it's good that he's brought this to us. I have journeyed with this since 1996, under authority has been mentioned, and I'm sorry if I were amongst those who failed to pick up the issues around complaints as opposed to matters of serious misconduct. Very often I try to comment into the debates over those 25 years in my medical work as someone who's worked closely with the General Medical Council, particularly supporting doctors who have been either in difficulty or have needed some form of retraining. I think it's fair to note, and it's helpful that Mark Emerton mentioned this, that the GMC obviously deals with a wide range of cases, which include, of course, misconduct, but also things like poor clinical performance, where there's been a criminal conviction, where there is physical and mental ill health affecting performance, and so on. And I think we've always noted over the years that the three categories we've had to deal with, one was, if you like, the lack of orthodoxy, creedal issues, which are fortunately very, very rare, almost impossible. But secondly, capability, where we've looked at competency and factors that influence competency, like ill health, which mean the performance is poor, and separate from those issues that of conduct. And it's in this area of conduct that Simon's helpfully, I think, asking us to think hard and long about categorization. And certainly from the medical perspective, we have good experience of this, but as I say, it's over a broad brush, and around 80%, I think, of complaints brought to the GMC are dismissed at a very early stage. But that highlights the issue of how you actually do that sifting, that level of what they call the screening process, which of course for a big organisation like the GMC with so many thousands of members has quite a big team of very experienced investigators at an early point who do the sifting, the screening and the triaging. I'm delighted to say that Edward, our new wonderful officer, is doing a great job on improving that whole process. But it's one where we have to think about capacity and capability if we're going to do that properly. And Peter Collier, I thought, sort of in his thinking around what a complaint was and wasn't, if we did end up with misconduct as the criterion, either being not serious or serious, then perhaps not very serious looks a bit like a complaint. So we go around in circles, and that's where I think Bishop Tim's comments around language and classification, particularly in the context of defining those in practical scenarios, is really helpful. But I think I want to come particularly to meet two of the speakers who have influenced me this afternoon. The first was Gavin Kirk, who made the point as an archdeacon that very often cases coming which seem not very serious could become serious later, and vice versa. Certainly my experience with the medical world in the areas of misconduct, which are often to do with doctors and their patients, where the patient feels they've been seriously abused or misused or inappropriately handled by the doctor, not in performance terms, but in actual personal terms. What can seem to be extraordinarily important can become quite less so. And as I say, the opposite, where something that seems relatively simple and uncomplicated, the more you go into it, the more deep the problem is, or the more people who are actually involved. So I think there's a whole issue around complexity of how you make a good diagnosis, a good diagnostic screening system that's effectively good early enough, which makes me just question for Simon the issue around, can you really make the distinction early enough? And what would it look like to do that? I think the other is Simon Butler's comment about those who make and bring complaints, the complainant hearing that their complaint is actually less than serious. They will feel pushed away. And again, I think that comes back to perception, misunderstanding. I completely understand why we need to do this, and I'm very supportive of it, and I think the Commission is very supportive of it and wants to push it on. I don't want to, in a sense, avoid the serious nature of this and the need to grapple with how we manage complainants. But I do think, again, it's where we come with language and understanding. So Simon, I'm grateful for this. I think there's more work to be done. I think your timescale for November is hopeful. I mean, the November Synod is actually very short. maybe a day and a half's business of very new members. And I think this is a sort of level of detail that the group needs to work on, but also to realise that we need a lot of explanation and understanding, particularly for the new members. Up to 40% of the House of Laity and the House of Clergy can change over from one quinquennium or the equivalent to the next. So I just hope we just make it a really helpful way of understanding this whole process with guidance, and we don't end up where we ended up after 1996 and 2003 with a measure which we now know was not as good as it should have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Joyce Hill, followed by Bishop Tim Thornton, and after Joyce I'll reduce it to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Joyce Hill, Leeds 326. I'm very pleased to be able to speak about this as a member of the House of the Laity, because obviously it's a very, very direct concern to the clergy, but it's a whole church issue. And I think we should indeed be supporting our clergy with a CDM or whatever we end up calling it, which is fit for purpose. And that requires, as I think has been clear as we've gone along this afternoon, a very careful use of language. I noticed somebody on Zoom catching my eye when that comment was made earlier, and I think we shared a smile. Careful definitions and distinctions, difficult though they are, and a very carefully thought out way of proceeding, which inspires confidence through being rigorous, impartial, and appropriately professional. As it stands, I think GS 2219 isn't quite bold enough in rising to meet these standards and expectations. But I do accept that having accepted the report, received the report, the implementations group's hand wouldn't be tied in following through. But nonetheless, I still think that leaves us with welcoming Simon's motion, because it just does provide a little bit of extra concrete clarity and a push in the kind of direction that I think the implementation group will need to move, even though I accept that given the report and everything that Bishop Tim has said about its implementation and carrying forward, the implementation group would be free to move as it developed its frame of reference. But I do welcome the motion as a point of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Bishop Tim Thornton, followed by the Bishop of Gloucester, and the speech limit is now 3 minutes.
Thank you. Tim Thornton, 44, Bishop to the Forces. I'm really grateful to Simon for the motion. Very, very grateful to Jamie Harrison for what he said, and also to Joyce for what she's been saying. I wouldn't be distraught if this motion is passed. Of course I wouldn't. It's helpful in some ways. I think I would simply want to just underline again what I was trying to say earlier, that for me, I'm not at all interested in a binary debate. It's not the Lambeth Working Group's proposals versus, for example, the ELS Working Party's proposals. I think we really need now to work together to understand what is the right way forward. We've given an overall shape and some principles in what we put forward today. I completely accept, as I think I've tried to say several times, there is much more work to be done. For me, the helpful thing about this debate this afternoon clarifies yet further there is a lot more work to be done about, as Joyce was just saying, language, definitions, and how it's used. And I don't think it's a simple matter for me to say either we go with these proposals or those proposals. I think the implementation group would be very well helped if it looked at some case studies and put those through the sieve and the lens of some of these suggestions, just to see what would and wouldn't happen in reality under the various processes. And as I said earlier, I think there are some strong conversations to be had about what are verbs and what are nouns. Part of our thinking is precisely that. We take away, as I said earlier, 45% of CDMs are dismissed. That can't be right. That leaves far too many people feeling very aggrieved. Equally, far too many people are very much concerned at the moment because they think they're going to lose everything. That's equally wrong and harmful. I completely accept both those things. I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think there is tremendous goodwill on all sides, as I hear it today, from people who are willing to work with us. That's great. The only thing I'd say is that we clearly can't tie the hands of the business committee. As Jamie said, my understanding would be it'd be a very short session in November. I think We absolutely need to get this as right as we can. If that then takes a bit longer and it has to be in February, so be it. So I understand what Simon's saying. I would simply say to members of Synod, there is much more work still to be done. It's not simple or straightforward. Thank you for your goodwill. I'm not convinced we'd be able to do everything in order for it to be brought back in November, but if we can, marvellous.
Thank you, Bishop Tim. The Bishop of Gloucester, followed by James Pitkin.
Rachel Treweek, number 19, Diocese of Gloucester. I should just say I very recently become a member of the Clergy Discipline Commission. In many ways, I simply just want to echo what Bishop Tim has just said. I completely agree with the direction of travel Simon's taking us in. Having listened to this debate, I think, again, we're just talking about language. And I don't want to tie us down this afternoon to particular definitions. I think we need to trust that the implementation group will take this away. I also just want to add in there that it's not simply about the way we talk about complaints or misconduct. I felt for a long time that one of the problems is we don't ascertain clearly enough at the beginning what it is that the complainant is hoping for as an outcome. There's too much room for assumption. And if we spent time on understanding the complainant's hoped for outcome and managing expectations at the start, I think we'd get a lot more right. One size does not fit all, and I think we've heard that clearly. I also want to say, as an add-on to what Mark Emerton said earlier, it's not always fair for bishops either at the moment, this system. People are caused immense stress and frustration and upset, as we've heard. And it's also often bishops who are left impotent with time delays, not being able to act, not always being able to say so. So I'm sure that we would really appreciate this level of clarity. And finally, I just want to affirm what Tim has said, remind us that putting all our eggs in one litigious basket won't get us to where we want to get to. We mustn't perpetuate a culture in which people shy away from relational conversation and listening. We mustn't immediately push people into a complaints process. We do have to live this well as the body of Christ. But let's trust the implementation group to take these ideas away and to go on working with them, and let's not tie hands at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Rachel. James Pitkin, followed by Gary Waddington.
Good afternoon, James Pitkin, Winchester 233. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I'm eager that what comes next does not perpetuate the awfulness of what has gone before. It does seem odd that the carefully prepared proposals of the Ecclesiastical Law Society and Sheldon have not really, don't seem to have been adopted and developed, and it's them who say that they haven't. Sarah Horseman is particularly vocal about her perceived portrayal. I could talk about the awfulness of the current system and the devastating effect on clergy and complainants of the current process. I could talk about the shortcomings of the proposals, but I don't have time, and now is probably, or definitely not, the right time. I could talk about the lack of adequate support for those in the process, complainants, respondents, and I don't have time, and again, now is not the right time. Sheldon's report handed over to the dogs and the ELS's report have not been properly listened to. The implementation group should include the right people, ELS, Sheldon, Seeker. And the thing for all of us to remember is that we need a fair, just and timely system, and it needs to be seen so to be. What comes next must be the right people in the right group, working to the right timetable and asking and answering the right questions, using, as Bishop Tim refers to it, as the right language. Whatever happens, we need to get this right. And if we're to have a fair, just and timely system to deal with complaints and allegations, we need to support this motion and indeed to get on with the work. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Gary Waddington, then I would be interested in a motion for closure of this debate, if anybody's interested.
Gary Waddington, 139 Leeds. Thank you, Chair, for asking me to speak
although it sounds a cliche, I've not intended to speak in this debate, but I do want to speak in favour of both parts of the amendment as it's been presented to me. I am a member of the Ecclesiastical Law Society, but I'm not a lawyer. I may be about to be accused of being a terrible linguistic pedant, but it's difficult to understand how a triage process deals with a binary track. Surely having more than two options has to be a good in being able to sift out the initial stages of these complaints. I hear very much some of the things that have been said by many people in this debate about how in their own professional lives and in their own professional disciplinary processes, there is a highly specialised and professional sense in which that sifting occurs with specialist independent people who are looking at it. I note the Bishop of Bristol particularly kind of saying that this can be a very difficult moment in understanding how best to sort these things out. I do get the ecclesiology of how ordinary jurisdiction is to be employed by bishops in a complex environment where modern justice might not sit with the exercise of the Middle Ages power. As Bishop Rachel has said, that's why very often bishops get a good kicking whenever we talk about the CDM. And as the Archdeacon of Lincoln, my friend, has said, too often this has all become painfully slow. I've witnessed and had to manage a parish whilst a CDM complaint was taking place. It is not just respondent and complainant who are often hurt and traumatised by the parish. It can be parish, congregation, fellow clergy, friends, grandchildren. It ripples out in an effect. And therefore we need to take action with replacing the dreadful CDM. But please, my please, let us not take forever to do it. The lawyers who attend the church I work in remind me time and again that the great principle of justice and mercy is it's not a pendulum. If you get it right, it works for complainants and for those who are respondents. Good justice has to be seen to be done. And we need to be bolder, I think, in doing it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Gary. Point of order, Priscilla White.
Thank you. I'm Priscilla White, Birmingham 065. You asked for a motion for closure, and I'm very happy to offer you one.
Thank you, Priscilla. Sorry to see you looking like that, but thank you very much.
I'm absolutely fine. I'm with my daughter who is poorly in hospital. It's not me.
Okay, fine. Anyway, that has my support, but we need to see whether it has the support of Synod. So this is a counted vote of the whole Synod on a motion for closure of this particular debate.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted in favour 262, against 16, and 1 recorded abstention. Therefore, that is carried. I therefore call on Simon Talbot to respond to the debate. Simon, you have up to 5 minutes to do so.
Chair, very much indeed, and thank you to colleagues that contributed to the debate. Just to pick up on a few of the things that were said. Jamie, thank you very much indeed for your comments and your support. Value very much the experience you've had from the GMC, and I think that will be something that will be well fed into the implementation group. You note there questions about language and classification. They are quite key, as I've tried to highlight in the following motion, and the danger of the complexity as well. Also, I take to heart your timetable remarks as well. I'm encouraging the Business Committee to see if something can be done for November. I'm hoping that might be the case, but we must get on with it, I think. Thank you to Joyce Hill. I welcome to the contribution of the lay voice into this. It's not just a clergy problem, it's a matter for the whole church. Again, Joyce highlighting about careful use of language. And I agree with her that a full push is needed now to see this process forward. Thank you, Bishop Tim, very much for your generous support, and I welcome it. Things that I picked up that you said about the need to be working together, there's much more work to be done, and the case studies that need to be participated in by the implementation group. I think that's quite a good idea, really, so that there's a real chance of making this a much better measure fit for purpose. And I take your notes about timing. I realise that time is short, but hopefully we can use some of the November group of sessions to progress things. Thanks for the Bishop of Gloucester's contribution. Again, hitting on some of the things that have already been said, Bishop Rachel. Interesting to have the comments about what it's like for a bishop in these very difficult engagements. And it's not only clergy that have got the difficulty in handling this. I realise it's very difficult for bishops as well. James Pitkin, thank you very much indeed for your support. You've quite rightly highlighted the work that Sheldon has done and that quite moving report handed to the dogs. I would agree with you that the implementation group needs to have a voice that comes from somebody that's had the experience of working either as a supporter for colleagues that have gone through CDM, or indeed has had the experience of working on one of our helplines. I think that would be quite important to have that voice in the implementation group. And lastly to Gary, thank you very much indeed for deciding to speak, Gary. I'm really pleased that you did. I welcome your emphasis on triaging and getting that right. And also good to get that experience of what the CDM has in effect on the wider parish. I think it's something many of us have observed. I certainly have observed that with a colleague in my own deanery as Rural Dean, trying to support him and his congregation through very difficult times. And lastly, and to end on with what you said about getting on with it, we do need to get on with the process, and I hope that the Business Committee will heed the second part B of my following motion. And I'd like to then finally ask that Synod would take note of my vote in favour of my following motion that stands in my name at 99 on the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Point of order, Simon Butler.
Chair, Simon Butler, Select 219. As indicated earlier, I wonder if I can prevail upon you to consider dividing the motion between point A and point B so that Synod can vote on each item separately. We've heard about assurances about getting on with this, but also realism about the timescale. And I wonder whether Synod might appreciate the opportunity to consider the two items that Simon raises separately.
Thank you. Well, you very kindly flagged this up, so I've been able to take some advice. So I would like to hear from Simon Talbot what he feels about splitting those two parts of the motion. Please, Simon.
Thanks, Chair. I hear that from the prolocutor, but I would think I want to maintain the integrity of the following motion and to keep them together as A and B.
Thank you, Simon. I'm just taking some advice. I've just been told I didn't tell you how long you had to speak, but had you said everything you wanted to say? It sounded like you'd come to a full stop. Yes, I can see you nodding. I'm inclined to keep this as one motion. So I now... So I therefore put item 99 to the vote as set out on order paper number 4. This is a counted vote of the whole synod on item 99.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted 238 in favour, 32 against and 20 recorded abstentions. Therefore, this motion was carried. Thank you very much, Synod. That brings these two items to a close. We now move on to the next item, item 25.
We come now to item 25, appointment of member of the Archbishop's Council. Members are being invited to approve the appointment of John Spence as a member of the Archbishop's Council for a further 2 years. Members will need GS 2220. The Archbishop of York will speak to and move item 25, and he may speak for up to 10 minutes. After the Archbishop has spoken and moved item 25, excuse me, I am open for contributions from members, and from the outset there will be a 3-minute speech limit. I now call on the Archbishop of York to speak to and move item 25.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. It gives me real pleasure to move this motion to extend the appointment of John Spence to the full 10 years permitted under the National Institutions Measure As GS 2220 outlines, back in 2018, Synod approved the appointment for John to serve for a second term for 3 of the maximum 5 years. However, with the many challenges we are facing as a result of the current pandemic and the critical work which is being undertaken by the Emerging Church Steering Group, we're invited today to extend the term to provide the maximum stability. And the paper outlines further details about the appointment alongside the many positions John has held in the past and those where he continues to bring his expertise, and I won't repeat them here, but needless to say, John has enormous experience and insights across many of our bodies and committees and is well placed to continue to serve us and our dioceses and parishes with the gifts with which he's been blessed for the furthering of God's kingdom. And I think also I'd like to say, if you will allow me, that as well as thanking John for all that he does for the church, both nationally and also in the Diocese of Chelmsford, where he lives, I wonder whether we could also thank his wife, Yvonne, for her incredible steadfast support and all the things that she does for the church. But I'm particularly thinking of the things she does to enable John to participate in all the Zoom conferences that we're all enduring at the moment. Like many of you, I'm simply in awe of John's amazing abilities, not just to remember and digest so much information, but to present it so clearly. As you can imagine, being chair of the Archbishop's Council's Finance Committee brings with it great responsibility to make difficult decisions and recommendations on how and where money should be spent, ensuring we are being responsible for that which has been sacrificially and faithfully given to us. And John does this with such care, such vision and such insight. John, as we know, is a pioneer, always open to new opportunities and possibilities for the good news of Jesus Christ, expanding our vision and our horizons, daring us to do better and to do more as we discern the vision and strategy for the Church of England in the 2020s and begin to emerge from this pandemic. Most of all, apart from John's incredible credentials for doing this job, most of all, John models what it is to be a disciple of Christ who offers their gifts and their time in the service of the gospel. And I suspect I'm not alone in wanting to get another couple of years of service out of him. But that is a decision for Synod. And I therefore beg to move the motion, standing in my name.
Thank you, Archbishop. I'm now going to call on Jane Ozanne, followed by Jonathan Alderton Ford. You both will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ozanne, Oxford 379. I'd like to say first up that my comments right now are nothing to do with Canon Spence himself. I think he serves the church in the most extraordinary way, and I do understand the desire to extend during this difficult time his tenure. But as I mentioned, when we last reappointed another member of the Archbishop's Council, I did say that there was concern about the fact that, and I speak as a former appointed member, about the fact that the whole point of appointed members is to bring fresh insight. And I do wonder if when we get our papers, please, that we could see in the round what the terms of all 6 members, and so we can understand, if you like, the staggering of continuing members, what their terms are, and how this plays in that really important group of 6. Because otherwise we're going to constantly be told that we need to reappoint someone and that they're doing a fantastic job, which John is, and we all feel we have to say yes. And I do think we need to look at the bigger picture and understand the full terms. So we ensure that we do get that turnover, that freshness, which was the core of the debate we had yesterday with the church commissioners. So thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Alderton Ford, followed by Paul Benfield. When we come to Paul, the speech limit will be reduced to 2 minutes. Jonathan Alderton Ford.
Jonathan Alderton Ford, St Edmundsbury in Ipswich, 207. My, what an echo I have. I hope that's going to disappear. Right. I'm rising to wholeheartedly endorse this continuance, and I want to pay a huge tribute to Mr. Spence for all the hard work he's done, his brilliance in handling our finances, but I also want to pay tribute to the fact how courteous and kind he is, both in private conversations and public debate, how he always keeps his promises. It's been very helpful to me over battles over the pension board. He really is a model of how to live the gospel in all his great responsibilities. And I'm sure the Archbishop will agree with me that he's the best thing to come out of Chelmsford Diocese for many years, and a huge blessing to the Church of England. And I therefore endorse his continuance. I also want to say, in light of the previous speaker, that sometimes change for change's sake doesn't help us at all. And when I take a point about freshness, it's obvious that he's still fresh and enthusiastic, and therefore it is a great blessing to us for him to continue. And I hope the Synod will wholeheartedly and enthusiastically endorse this real appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Paul Benfield, and 2 minute speech limit is now in place, followed by Gavin Oldham.
Paul Benfield, Blackburn 66. John Spence has undoubtedly contributed a vast amount of his skill to the Church of England, both in Essex and nationally. When we look at his national work, he served on the Church Commissioners from 2005 to 2013. And if we approve his extension of term in the Archbishop's Council from 2013 to 2023, that means he will have been at the centre of church governments for 18 years. We've heard a lot about time limits and so on. If we look for an archbishop who served longer than 18 years, we have to go right back to Randall Davidson, who served from 1903 to 1928. I therefore have considerable reservations about extending a term for someone who's been so intimately involved at the centre of the Church of England for so long. It seems to contradict what we decided yesterday. So I shall either abstain or vote against this reappointment.
Thank you, Paul. Gavin Oldham, followed by Sam Margrave.
Gavin Oldham, Oxford 378. And I have to say, I thoroughly disagree with the last speaker, Paul Benfield, and I very much endorse what Jonathan Alderton Ford has said. I've known John over all these 18 years, and I have to say the value he brings to the church is outstanding. And, as Jonathan said, yes, he's a very, very courteous and very helpful and very diligent in actually pushing forward the work. But I think most of all, you have to think about the huge loss that would occur if you vote down against, if basically you push this process for term limits so hard that actually it means that you lose expertise, genuine expertise from the church. And I think, I was very sad about the decision last night on the church commissioners, because I think it actually illustrates the problem that we have in this area. But don't make the mistake with John. We urgently need the next 2 years from him. Hopefully, he'll carry on in a role which he can continue to give us huge benefit beyond that. But thank you, John, for everything you do, and please vote for this motion tonight.
Thank you, Sam Margrave, and if I can encourage you to be as brief as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sam Margrave, Coventry 292. With your indulgence, I will be incredibly brief. And I just want to say that Canon Spence and I have our differences on the floor of Synod, but we've never had differences outside. And he is a wonderful leader and a real inspiration, particularly as a fellow disabled person and somebody who sets the bar incredibly high. And I just want to thank him for the time that he gives us as a church, including visiting dioceses to speak to us. And he will continue to be in my prayers, and I would ask Synod to support this. I respect Father Benfield's point, and he is correct, but Canon Spence is very much needed at a very challenging and critical time in the church's history, and I look forward to his understanding of finances aid us in getting our books in order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and I see we have someone else indicating to speak. John Wilson, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take more than a minute. I just want to say that I would thoroughly endorse the appointment of John Spence. He has been absolutely brilliant. But I would like to just flag up what Paul Benfield said. It does actually throw up into some further discussion about this time limits business. We had one yesterday to do with church commissioners, and we had one today to do with deanery lay members, where it was voted that we would get away from the time limits. Time limits do actually mean that we lose experience, expertise, and particularly in John Spence's case, his commitment. So I thoroughly endorse it, but we need to keep in mind that we need to do something about term limits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Archbishop of York to respond to the debate. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who contributed. Jane, I think we've heard clearly what you've said about needing more information about terms of office. I'm sure that has been noted. Jonathan Alderton Ford mentioned that John Spence was the best thing to come out of Chelmsford Diocese in many years. I'm not sure I can entirely agree with him because there is the Dean of Arches, Morag Ellis, and John Ball, the CEO of the Pensions Board, who are up there with John. But basically, I just want to concur with what people have said. Sam Margrave, I thought, put it brilliantly well. John is needed at a critical time for our church, and therefore I do hope you'll support this. Terms of office has been a bit of a theme through this synod in many ways, and so I think we all understand the reason Paul Benfield is making the point he's been making. However, I thought Randall Davidson did quite a good job, and I think John Spence can serve us well for another couple of years.
Thank you, Archbishop. I now put item 25 to the vote.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. There are 30 seconds left. The voting period has ended.
Those voting in favour, 200, against 7, recorded abstentions 23. This concludes this item of business, so we'll now move to the next item of business, which is item 26, the appointment of external auditors. This is a formal item as the external auditors need to be approved by General Synod under the National Institutions Measure. Members will need GS 2221. I will be calling on Maureen Cole to speak to and move item 26. She will have up to 10 minutes. Speeches will be welcomed afterwards, but I can tell you from the outset that that will be limited at least to 3 minutes to begin with. I now call Maureen Cole to speak to and move item 26.
Good evening, everyone. Maureen Cole, 463 Archbishop's Council ex officio. I beg to move that the appointment of Crowe UK LLP as the external auditors for Archbishop's Council for a 5-year period commencing with the year ending the 31st of December 2021 be approved. Members of Synod, it's a pleasure to address you. And I know I did the presentation yesterday, but this is the first time since you agreed my appointment to the Archbishop's Council in the Central Hall at York University in 2019. I welcome the opportunity to meet some of you then, and I regret that I've been unable to meet any of you in person in Synod since. Nevertheless, I'm glad to be able to speak to you via Zoom. The Archbishop's Council has been very well served by BDO as its external auditors since 2008. This appointment was reviewed regularly, including a re-tender in 2013 and a formal review by the Audit Committee in 2018. Last autumn, Audit Committee, which I have chaired since the start of 2020, recommended that the time had come to re-tender the appointment once again. The Council accepted that recommendation. The procurement process is outlined in GS 2221. I can assure Synod that it was a thorough process, and I would like to thank all those involved in it for their engagement, my fellow committee members, the audit firms and the staff. All audit committee members participated in the discussions with the 3 firms shortlisted for the appointment. We were in the happy position that all 3 firms were appointable, which was testament to their commitment and their professionalism. But the committee were unanimous in reaching the conclusion that Crowe offered the best value for the Council. As noted in the paper, this appointment would provide a unique opportunity to bring greater efficiency and synergy to the audit process across the NCIs, as Crowe also audit the Pensions Board and the National Society. The last 2 years' audits for both those organisations were conducted remotely, and this included a remote onboarding for the National Society. Trustees, committee members and staff have been impressed by their work. The Council agreed with its Audit Committee's recommendations, and I invite Synod to do the same. I move the motion standing in my name.
Thank you very much. This item is now open for debate, and I see 2 people. Well, we are more than 2 now. I'm going to ask Carl Hughes. You have an initial 3-minute speech limit, followed by Debbie Buggs, and we will be reducing to 2 minutes at that point.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Carl Hughes, 413 Southwark. Some interest to declare. I'm the Deputy Chairman of the Finance Committee. I'm a former external audit partner of the Archbishop's Council, and I'm a board member of the UK Audit Committee Chairs Independent Forum. I'm sure that the chair of the Audit Committee will agree that recommending the appointment of the external auditor is one of the most important responsibilities of the Audit Committee. Robust and diligent external review and challenge of our financial reporting and associated controls is fundamental to good governance and stewardship. I note that we are considering the appointment of a relatively small firm in succession to BDO and before them my former firm Deloitte as our auditors, as the auditors of a relatively large charity which has many stakeholders both within the church and more widely. I'd thus be grateful if the chair of the Audit Committee would confirm that in recommending the appointment of Crow, the committee has specifically taken account of the following three matters. Firstly, that the firm and particularly the audit partner have a breadth and depth of expertise in auditing large charities and of the structure, workings and associated audit risks relating to the Church of England and the Council. Secondly, that the Audit Committee has specifically satisfied itself that Crow's record of audit quality is adequate, given that the firm is not subject to regular audit quality review by the Financial Reporting Council, and some of its previous reviews have been relatively poor. And thirdly, that the primary reasons for recommending the appointment of Crow relate to quality, objectivity, and challenge rather than cost. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I now invite Debbie Buggs, and the speech limit is now reduced to 2 minutes.
I'm a member of the Archbishop's Council's Audit Committee, so was involved in the selection of Crow, and I want to heartily endorse the motion that Maureen has put before us. Crow were the best people for the job. And I'd also like to express my thanks to the staff at Church House and the finance team for the work they put into running the selection procedure. Doing that over Zoom wasn't easy, but they did it very well. So thanks to them too.
Thank you, Debbie. Joyce Hills, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Joyce Hill, Leeds 326. I just have a simpleton's query here because I'm not on the inside loop of the audit procedure, but the motion that we have before us uses the phrase for a 5-year period commencing with the year ending 31st of December 2021, and we are already in July, which is month 7 of the year ending the 31st of December 2021. So could you please clarify the actual start and end date of the appointment that we are approving here? Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. And John Walker, you have 1 minute.
Very simple question. I note that the firm have been appointed to all the other NIBs or are in the process of that. And I suppose I have a question. I can understand the efficiency and how easy that is to work with, but sometimes having more than one firm involved gives additional sense of independence and check. And so I'd like to just ask if there is actually a slightly increased risk by having the same auditor across all the NIBs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite Maureen Cole to respond to the debate.
Thank you all for those comments. Carl, yes, they aren't the biggest company, but they are very much a leader in the charity sector. And that was a significant part of our decision making, that they could benchmark us against other organisations. So yes, we did put those 3 criteria that you stated in our considerations, and it was fairly carefully considered. For Joyce's query, it's a year end subsequent 4 years. So they'll be doing this year end and then a further 4 years, because it will be the year end that they're working to. and Debbie highlighted some of the things that we went through. They weren't the cheapest. We didn't choose them because they were the cheapest. We chose them because we believe that they will be able to give us some insights and some understanding that we will be able to use. And there's a wide experience in that group of the auditors that we've got in Crow that we believe will give us a breadth of experience, and that is why we recommend this company to you.
Thank you. I now put this item 26, to the vote.
The voting period is now open and will end in 60 seconds. Thirty seconds remaining. The voting period has ended.
Those voting in favour of item 26, 184. Voting against, 5. Recorded abstentions, 8. This means item 26 is carried, and this draws to a close this item of business. We now move swiftly on to our closing worship, which will be led by Reverend Canon Dr. Rachel Mann. I hand over to you now, Canon Rachel, and following this, the Archbishop of York will dismiss the Synod with a blessing. Canon Rachel.
Thank you, Bishop Rose. Before many of us move from here to worship at the Cathedral of Sport, we worship the living God, and it is a great honour to lead evening prayer with my friend and Manchester colleague, Canon Adilaz Onyenobi. She will lead the responses in bold, but do join in your voice at home or wherever you are this evening. The words may be found in the worship book. Let us pray. We meet in the presence of God.
And we do not meet alone.
With the angels in highest heaven.
We gather to worship the Lord.
With the saints in every age.
We gather to worship the Lord.
With the church throughout the world.
We gather to worship the Lord.
By children and babes at the breast.
God's holy name be praised.
With drums, sitars, and trumpets.
God's holy name be praised.
In barrios and basilicas.
God's holy name be praised.
And here with our hearts and our voices.
God's holy name be praised.
Be joyful in God, all the earth. Sing the glory of his name. Sing the glory of his praise.
Say to God, how awesome are your deeds. Because of your great strength, your enemies shall bow before you.
All the earth shall worship you. Sing to you, sing praise to your name.
Come now and behold the works of God. How wonderful he is in his dealings with humankind.
He turned the sea into dry land, the river that they passed through on foot. There we rejoiced in him.
In his might, he rules forever. His eyes keep watch over the nations. Let no rebel rise up against him.
Bless our God, O you peoples. Make the voice of his praise to be heard.
Who holds our souls in life and suffers not our feet to sleep. Just then, a lawyer stood up to test Jesus. Teacher, he said, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He said to him, what is written in the law? What do you read there? He answered, you should love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself. And he said to him, you have given the right answer. Do this, and you will live. But wanting to justify himself, he asked Jesus, and who is my neighbor? Jesus replied, a man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho and fell into the hands of robbers, who stripped him, beat him, and went away, leaving him half dead. Now, by chance, a priest was going down that road. And when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. So likewise, a Levite, when he came to the place and saw him, passed by on the other side. But a Samaritan, while traveling, came near, and when he saw him, he was moved with pity. He went to him and bandaged his wounds, having poured oil and wine on them. Then he put him on his own animal, brought him to an inn, and took care of him. The next day, he took out 2 denarii, gave them to the innkeeper, and said, take care of him, and when I come back, I will repay you whatever more you spend. Which of these 3 do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of the robbers? He said, the one who showed him mercy. Jesus said to him, go and do likewise.
Let us say a prayer for those who need to be remembered tonight. Those who have made the news headlines today because of what they have said or done. Those who have been brought to our attention through a meeting or conversation. Those who are in hospital, in care, or in a place which is strange to them. Those in whose family marriage or close relationship there is stress or a breakup. Those who need to forget the God they do not believe in and meet the God who believes in them. Those whose pain or potential we should not forget to share with God tonight. Lord, we believe that you hear our prayer and will be faithful to your promise to answer us. And as our Saviour taught us, so we pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done. On earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily
bread. Forgive us our sins, and as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever.
Amen. From where we are to where you need us.
Christ be beside us.
From what we are to what you can make us.
Christ be before us.
From the mouthing of generalities to making us signs of your kingdom.
Christ be beneath us.
Through the streets of this world to the gates of heaven.
Christ be above us.
Surround us with your presence. Inspire us with your purpose. Confirm us in your love. Amen.
Amen.
And dear sisters and brothers, whatever you happen to have on for the rest of the evening, may the Lord go before you to guide you. And may he stand behind you and give you strength. May his love watch over you and keep you always in his peace. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you always. Amen. See you in the morning. Sans hangover, I hope.